lopsided matchup, but anything can happen in the NBA, Grant.
That is the truth. I mean, that's why they play the games. One guy gets hot, a team gets cold. That's all it takes to swing the entire outcome of a game.
So the opening lineup for the Mavericks. They've got Daniel Gafford, Kyrie Irving out there with Thompson. Then there's Davis, and it's Washington in at small forward.
Oh, Luka is so skilled at using his body to create good looks inside.
Here's Irving, following the score by the Lakers. Davis with a screen on Doncic. Irving, the pass to Gafford, inside. Shot clock at 6. Davis down low, Len's there. And Davis slams it home.
What do you want? Agility, he's got it. Height, he's got it. Davis has every advantage on this play. Defenses just can't effectively counter him.
Now here's Doncic. That one doesn't drop. And just about a minute into this first quarter. Over his career, Anthony Davis has averaged 24 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Those are career numbers, Richard.
It's a very short list of players who have done that. Single digit. Pair his scoring with his defensive abilities, and you've got a problem.
It's Davis with the drive. Richard, we know how decorated AD was early on in his career. What can we expect from him moving forward?
He was getting Defensive Player of the Year and MVP votes back then. If he can get back to that level, he's going to be an absolute focal point for a long time coming. I'm not sure we've seen someone like AD before. Super long, skilled, athletic. He's just a unique talent.
Doncic deciding where to go with it. Driving inside, and he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. In 2024, Luka Doncic recorded 6 consecutive 30-point triple-double games.
That's right, B.A. The first time anyone has done it in NBA history. So if you didn't already believe in Luka Magic, well, there's some proof that the magic is real.
Now here's Irving, down low. Here's Gafford, and the dunk by Gafford.
He just rises up and throws it down hard with one hand.
That is such a go-to move for him. He holds nothing back on those. Doncic against Thompson. It's James on the wing. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Yeah, just too much big boy basketball by LeBron James, just bodying defenders inside.
Irving, the pass to Thompson, to the middle. Here's Davis. Oh, he used the shot fake to create the angle, but he couldn't get it to fall. And there's James on the assist by Hayes.
Powerful move by LeBron inside, not letting anything stop him from getting his shot.
Gafford with a screen on Doncic. And there's the 3-second call. This one on the defense. And he's got his first opportunity at the line here tonight. And he shows the focus there. Nails the tee. First quarter of basketball. Just over 2.5 minutes played so far. Washington outside. 5 on the clock. Right side, Davis. Len pulls it in.
You often expect him to convert these types of shots, but the D must have made their presence felt to prevent that one.
James, that's good.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Davis. Len pulls it in.
He hasn't been able to find his touch this quarter.
Yeah, straight up, guys. Like, he's ice cold, like freezing. It's colder than cold. But you don't have to shoot it, my guy. It's okay to pass the ball.
His playmaking is something to watch. Threading that pass right in there.
Inside. Pass to Hachimura. Doncic with it. 6 to shoot. And Gafford with the block. Irving, the pass to Gafford. Here's Davis. Checked by James. Thompson outside. There's the three. Offensive rebound. Second chance effort. Deflected. Doncic on the wing. Defended by Thompson. Irving against James. Off the mark there with a three. Mavericks trail by 5. Thompson right side. Now here's Davis. Defense right on him. Pass to Irving. Oh, it's stolen by Hachimura. Now the Lakers moving it up ahead. That one falls. Great setup by Doncic.
Few guys distribute better than Doncic. He's got good instincts for when and where to send the ball.
Davis with a screen on Doncic. Gafford passes to Davis. And Davis slams it home.
And finding his teammate in stride, he led his guy perfectly.
And there's James from the arc. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. And so the first quarter is in the book. If you're just joining us, we played through one quarter in this one. But what do you guys think about Los Angeles here in this one?
You could really see the strategy coming in. Get the ball into the painted area.
And let me tell you, when you establish a physical edge, it gives you a mental edge too.
Taking a look at the Mavericks. They've got Kyrie Irving, P.J. Washington out there with Davis. Then it's Klay Thompson. And it's, wow, LeBron making some noise.
And just a sensational two-way threat. Once Bron gets the steal, like he is immediately looking to attack.
You know, Grant, after losing in the first round last season, it felt like changes were inevitable for the Lakers.
Yeah, making the playoffs isn't enough for that franchise. They are all about championship success, and anything short of that is a failure.
Clock at 4. Second shot opportunity. And it's Gafford missing. The Lakers lead by 7. On the wing, Hachimura. He's guarded by Washington. Pass to James. The three. LeBron fires and hits a three.
When you're guarding LeBron, you have to give him something. So the King, well, he'll take a three-point basket.
Irving against Doncic. Gafford with a screen on Doncic. Irving for three. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
James against Irving. Pass to Lynn. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Close the net on 2 minutes played here in the second. Washington passes to Gafford. Hachimura against Washington. Back to Gafford. And the dunk by Gafford.
Wow, pretty much an unbelievable slam there, B.A.
And you got that right. Pass to Hachimura. Gafford grabs the miss. Gafford's got 5 rebounds in the game. To the left side wing. Here's Davis. AD doing what he does.
The muscle from Davis, so confident and powerful inside.
On the wing, Hachimura. He's guarded by Irving. Hachimura against Irving. Hachimura in the post, bearing his second of 3 attempts. And the league has cut down on back-to-backs, but some pushback for a surprising reason. Richard, teams need multiple days off in order to practice.
Yeah, that's right. With only 1 day off between games, teams don't usually practice on those off days. It's not as simple as it looks.
And it's Gafford missing. Los Angeles leading by 5. Crafty move. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. P.J. Washington picks one up.
Yeah, you never want to let shots at the rim go uncontested.
And Dallas making a change here. Lively's checked in. There's a minute 54 left to play in the half. Irving looking around. Pass to Lively. Down low. Here's Davis. There's the block. Hachimura against Washington. And it's slammed in by Hachimura.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. Here's Doncic. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Lakers?
So far, they've shown a terrific work ethic in transition, pushing the pace whenever possible and getting out ahead of the defense to score.
And something else I've noticed is how they've been able to cause turnovers and take advantage of them on the offensive end, not wasting those extra chances at all.
Marked it down low that time. Got hit with the 3-second call. The Lakers lead by 9. And here's James. He's got 11. On the wing, Hachimura. He's guarded by Irving. And the foul on Anthony Davis. That's his first foul of the game. We're in the bonus now, and they'll go to the line. Los Angeles shooting their 7th and 8th attempts at the foul line tonight. And both free throws good for Hachimura. 52 seconds left in the second. Lively with a screen on James. Pass to Davis. Lively. It's good on the putback.
I always love the hard work on the glass. Just great activity.
Doncic passes to Hachimura. And a fast break now. The Mavericks on the run. Back to Thompson. The 3 is up. He shoots again. Lively. Rebounded by LeBron. The Lakers have gone 4 for 6 here in the second. Doncic against Irving. Doncic left side. 3 trips to the line so far for him in this one.
That's his second personal foul.
That's good from Doncic.
At the line for Los Angeles.
Doncic hits them both. Just 4 seconds left in the first half of this one. And here's Thompson for 3. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
That is a huge 3 for them mentally. You don't want to go into halftime staring at a double-digit deficit.
And so it's Los Angeles, up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period. Great shot selection right now, keeping the game simple and getting high percentage looks. We'll be back in a moment. And we played through the first half. Plenty of basketball left in this one. You know, LeBron James has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, tonight, he's done a great job of slashing through the lane and finishing.
And you love that mindset he has going at the rim. He hasn't settled for anything, and he's been the aggressor all game long.
Luka Doncic is out there with James. Then it's Alex Len. Then there's Jackson Hayes. And it's Hachimura in at the 3. That's who's in the game for the Lakers. And James gets it to go.
I like this wrinkle. Put LeBron off the ball and then make a play for him.
To the wing on the left. Pass to Davis. To the paint. Here's Lively. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Get him the ball anywhere close to the hoop. That thing is over.
The Lakers lead by 8. Doncic with it. He has 6. On the wing, Hachimura. He's covered by Dinwiddie. Hachimura against Dinwiddie. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock. Kept alive. Mavericks trail by 8. It's Dinwiddie on the wing. To the inside. Here's Lively. And a slam dunk by Lively.
Oh, nothing soft about that.
Was not going to be denied. Just took the dunk that was right in front of him.
And that's his MO. Be physical, get in position for the putback, and throw it down. The defense got to know that's what he's looking to do.
Hachimura against Dinwiddie. Shot clock at 5. Hachimura in the post. 9 points in the game. He's off on the layup. The Mavericks have got 2 of 3 from the floor in this third quarter. 2 minutes gone in this third quarter now. And here's the fast break. Here's James. And it's James with the jam.
Remember, it was the steal of Luka igniting the break.
Now Dinwiddie. He's scoreless. Davis finds Thompson. That one falls. Coming off Davis' feed.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up, oh yeah, you're done.
Thompson against Doncic. And there's James from the arc. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Outside Davis. Now here's Lively. He has 6.
Well, Davis gets to the line a lot, and people don't talk about it, but he's an excellent foul shooter.
And this will be a second trip to the free throw line. And the first one at the line is good.
At the line for the Mavericks, Anthony Davis. 2 shots.
No good on the second free throw. And he gets it back. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line. And in a game this close, they're going to challenge the call. Coach does not agree with it, and he wants him to take another look at the monitor.
Shooting for Dallas, Anthony Davis. At the line for 2.
Still disputed, even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Shooting 2.
That one's off. Good on the second one. Clock keeps going. 3 minutes into the second half now.
2 minutes remaining.
Here's Doncic. He's got 6. Hachimura outside. And he's going for the lob. And out of bounds. Dallas will have it.
There's one for the low light. Wow. I'm not sure who messed up the pass, but look, somebody did.
And there's 1:45 left in the third quarter of the game. Here's Dinwiddie. Still no points. Thompson outside. Pass to Davis.
Over the course of AD's career, he's made a concerted effort to draw fouls, and we've seen that free throw attempt number skyrocket.
It'll be his 4th time going to the line in this game.
For Dallas, Anthony Davis. 2 shots.
Both free throws good from Davis. Second half here, and we're just over 3.5 minutes into it. And Davis with the block.
A big block from the big fella Anthony Davis, putting every inch of that wingspan to work there.
.119 left in the third quarter. Doncic against Thompson. Luka proving he can score from anywhere.
This is Doncic's pure shooting ability in action, making it look easy with that nice floater.
And the whistle blows on a backcourt violation. Went over and back. 58 seconds left to play in the third quarter here. The three. And the rebound goes to Dallas. Davis has got his 6th rebound on the night. Here's Marshall. Hachimura covering. Back to Marshall. Davis with a screen on Hachimura. Here's Marshall. Got a hand on it. Fast break. Here come the Lakers. Here's Hayes. Soft touch off the glass. And it's a 5-point Laker lead.
And just good hustle. Always nice to get an easy bucket on the break.
And making sure they convert by finishing strong.
15 seconds left to play in the third. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Lively with a screen on Doncic. Dinwiddie. Oh, plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. It's on Rui Hachimura.
Man, he made sure to get his money's worth on that foul.
And both free throws good for Dinwiddie. And the Lakers with possession here. They've led by as many as 11. Hachimura from long range. 3 quarters of play and a close one here. It's Los Angeles up 3. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
And for the defense, it's so tough to guard a big man with that kind of court vision and dime dropping ability.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the fourth in what is still anybody's ball game. On the floor for Dallas starting the fourth quarter. Anthony Davis is out there with Najee Marshall. Then there's Derek Lively. Then there's Spencer Dinwiddie. And it's Thompson in at the 2 guard. The offensive rebound. Here's Lively. Pass to Marshall. 3-pointer off the mark. Los Angeles leading by 6. Here's James. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Klay Thompson picks one up. Well, Grant, even though it looks like LeBron could play forever, he stated that he doesn't have much time left.
Well, it's unbelievable that he sustained this level of excellence for as long as he has. I would be surprised if we see this type of longevity ever again.
And we've got a timeout from Jason Kidd. He wants to make sure everyone is aligned, given the situation right now. Dallas. Gafford, he's checked in for Lively, and Dante Exum subbed in for Marshall. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, I was able to catch the message that Jason Kidd was giving to his team. Point blank, he wants better shot selection. He told them, we're settling guys, come on. We're not being patient out there. We're not working the ball around. That has to change right now.
All right, Allie, thanks once again. Thompson passes to Davis. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Dinwiddie finds Davis to the middle. And it's Gafford missing. Los Angeles leading by 8. James with the ball. Exum picks him up. James can't get it to go. Here's Davis. Oh, Davis finishes strong at the rim.
He can dominate, beat you up in so many ways, and Davis is giving that D. He's giving them problems tonight.
Out to James. Doncic on the wing. And again, the Lakers no good. Mavericks trail by 6. Exum outside. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. All right, guys, what do you think so far on the offensive approach for the Lakers?
They have found a lot of success in transition, running at every opportunity and getting points before the defense can get set.
And another note, how about the way they've cashed in off turnovers, taking advantage when given the extra opportunity.
Lynn passes to Doncic. Back to Lynn. Doncic outside. There's a screen by Lynn. 6 on the shot clock. Luka! Get off me!
Defense defense was all over Doncic, so he smartly uses a pick to get free to shoot.
Davis with a screen on Doncic. Here's Dinwiddie. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Hayes has got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. Stripped away. And now the Mavs on the run. Oh, Thompson always in motion.
And Clay looking opportunistic in transition. Great job executing there.
James outside. Double team on James. Doncic up top. There's a screen by Lynn. Three-pointer. Luka! Lethal!
Encouraging to see Doncic sink the three. Needs to keep doing this now.
Davis with a screen on Doncic. The three, Dinwiddie. It's Hayes with the rebound. Hayes has got 10 rebounds here tonight. So active. Doncic drops in the layup for 2. And it's a 10-point Laker lead.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal.
Here's Gafford. No good there. Some solid defense from Hayes. Here's James. LeBron gets the bucket inside.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
They've had great execution, and what stands out is that they're just taking what the defense gives them, not forcing anything.
Back to Dinwiddie. Inside, shot to stop the run, and finished off by Gafford as he lays it in.
When you have Dinwiddie as a teammate, you have to be ready. Spencer is a tremendous distributor.
Down low, here's Hayes, and finished off by Hayes.
Well, with a comeback out of range, we can put a bow on this one. Good performance for the Lakers.
What would you say the deciding factor in this game was, Graham?
Yeah, B.A., ultimately you have to look at their field goal percentage. They were the more efficient team because they found clean looks all night.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for LeBron James.
And he was getting buckets all night long, giving the defense that work.
Score it. 13 shots, 9 makes. Solid.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And that score probably slams the door for any would-be comebacks. And look, they put this one to bed.
Davis a screen. And here's Dinwiddie from the arc. Nails it from beyond the arc. I think a bucket here, Grant, would end this game.
Absolutely. That would put a bow on this one.
Shot and game clock separated by 5. Doncic against Thompson. Doncic outside. Launches it from deep. Davis with a rebound. So we see the Lakers taking the W here. Even early on in this game, they appeared happy to be playing at home.
And it makes
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in to Greg, we're sure to see a lot of quality basketball here tonight, given the veteran talent on both sides.
Yeah, tremendously high IQs from both teams, so expect a clean game. And some of these players have been through it all in this league.
So with Lillard on the bench, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers right now. Portis is out there with Antetokounmpo. Then it's Brook Lopez. Then it's Gary Trent. And it's Connaughton in at the shooting guard position. Doncic against Trent. Doncic looking it over. Knocked loose. A 3 ball. It's rebounded by Portis. Trent, right side. And the shot goes down.
Nice effort taking the early lead. Here we go.
Take a nice deep breath. You score on that first possession. Gets the game started the right way.
Now here is Hachimura. Now Doncic. Good D by Giannis. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Hey, Kevin. Briefly spoke with J.J. Redick. I asked him what his team needed to do in order to contain Giannis Antetokounmpo. Coach told me we have to make sure to communicate and help out on defense, specifically clogging up and taking away lanes to the rim. That's how he can really...
Folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Post-game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
At the line.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action.
The play is under video review under NBA rules.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
That free throw good from Doncic.
Eye-popping talent from Doncic. We don't see many players with his size and skill set.
And Greg, 2 seasons ago, the Bucks ranked first in defensive rating. Last season, they dropped down to number 19.
Yeah, shifting defensive schemes, coaching changes, also swapping Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard. But they can and should be better than 19.
The Bucks have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Lopez kicks to Connaughton. Giannis left side. Just 5 to shoot. And there's the call on James. That's his first foul.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Lopez right side. And there's the foul. It's on Bobby Portis. That is his first foul of the game.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
The Lakers have gone 0 of 3 from the field to start the game. Trent against Doncic. James outside. Doncic outside. And it's Hachimura in the corner. Again, the miss by the Lakers. And it's Antetokounmpo with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. And just under 2.5 minutes elapsed here in the first. And he uses the glass on the layup.
Contact just doesn't matter against Giannis. Once he's inside, he is not to be stopped.
Out to Doncic. From down in the low post, it goes.
Once Doncic gets inside with the ball, he's halfway there. Then he just uses his strength to finish the job.
It's Trent on the wing. 1:56 left in the first quarter. Pass to Lopez. Clock at 4. The Bucks need to get a shot off here. Oh, and Antetokounmpo hammers it in.
Not much a defender can do against Giannis there.
Doncic outside. Good, and the assist goes to James. Doncic has got 7 points.
And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
You know, it's inevitable that a player's physical abilities diminish over the course of a career. But the thing that stands out to me about LeBron James is that he never lost his insatiable drive to win. Guys, if anything, he's gotten stronger. Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, the Bucks are still trying to perfect their chemistry. Bobby Portis says things take time. You got to keep continuing to build it. There's another level Dame and Giannis can get to. Just making it clockwork. Them continuing to get better at it opens the floor for everyone else on the court. Kevin?
Well, David, with those two guys, Dame and Giannis, it opens the floor up a lot. Hey, thanks for the report. And there's the call on Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's his first foul.
That's his first personal foul. Second team foul.
There's 48 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Doncic kicks to Len. And it's Hayes in the corner. On the clock. The 3 for Doncic. Rebound, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Here's Trent. Score it. His third straight basket in 3 tries.
One of the more skilled offensive players that is on the floor here tonight. Not an easy fella to hold in check.
Doncic against Trent to the middle. Lopez with the steal. Pass to Connaughton. Over James. And it's Connaughton missing. That one misses. So at the end of 1 quarter of play, still a close game. Bucks lead by. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out in the second quarter. When you consider how the Bucks are doing, what do you guys think?
Well, they've been aggressive from the beginning, particularly on the offensive end.
Well, if they wanted to start well, this would be it. They seized momentum right away, and they just didn't let it go in that quarter.
So with Lillard on the bench, here's the 5 for Doc Rivers right now. We've got Antetokounmpo. Portis is out there with Brook Lopez. Then there's Pat Connaughton. And it's Trent in at the point. Trent against Doncic. 5 on the clock. And they double up Doncic. James finds Hachimura. Yes, and it's LeBron picking up the assist. LeBron's got 4 assists now tonight. Analytics or the eye test? The optics or the numbers in front, Greg? When you're judging the performance of a player, what kind of criteria do you use?
Well, an MVP candidate recently said, my eye test tells me this guy's a terrible defender, but the analytics tell me he's a great defender. I'm confused, and I often feel the same way.
And this is his second trip to the line tonight.
Performed well thus far this season with a 78% clip.
Taurean Prince, he's checked in for Milwaukee. Damian Lillard comes in for Gary Trent. Prince wide open. On the wing, Giannis. James covering. Portis for 3. A rebound by the Lakers. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
And the dunk by Doncic.
And if you give Luka just a sliver of daylight, this is what you get.
Basket counts.
Well, check out that assist. That's a pair of teammates that are clearly on the same page.
LeBron powering in. Pass to Hayes. Over Lopez. Now Len. Doncic outside. Antetokounmpo pulls it in. Antetokounmpo's got his 5th rebound in this one. Here's Doncic. Doncic very comfortable down low.
And it doesn't take much for Doncic to get hot. And once that happens, well, he is almost unguardable.
LeBron with the block. Back to Lopez. Outside, Antetokounmpo. Down low. Second chance shot. Tries yet again. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming. And here we go with the coach's challenge. Not surprised in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
And this is
After review, stands.
Tell what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
The first one falls. And so he hits both.
Well, a great player on a great role at the charity stripe. The D has got to be careful about being too aggressive on him and sending him back for freebies.
Doncic against Lillard. Doncic outside. Doncic with the strong move inside.
Guys, you never know what you'll see when you're watching Luka Doncic. His offensive creativity is through the roof.
Prince finds Lillard. Bucks passing it around. Lopez with the ball. Now guarded by Lamb. Got a hand on it. And that's out of bounds. Milwaukee will retain possession. Giannis against Hachimura. Clock at 6. Lopez. It's rebounded by Hayes.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. It's important to remember Damian Lillard was a 2-star prospect coming out of high school in Oakland. He says that the doubt I faced, what I found is I have true belief in myself. I poured a lot in and just continued to work. That's why when I struggle, I never waver because I know that I'm true to it. Eventually, I'm going to have my time. Kevin?
I think they call that Dame time. Hey, David, thank you. Lillard against Doncic. Here he goes. Kicks it out to James. Misses the 3. The Bucks trail. Here's Giannis. There's Giannis with the slam.
Yeah, it feels like Portis was communicating before he even set that one up. That's a great look.
Doncic left side. 44 seconds left in the first half. And Hayes throws it down.
Can't talk enough about the subtleties in that setup right there. The assist, really the key to that entire sequence.
Lopez, a screen on Doncic. To the paint. Lopez passes to Antetokounmpo. Back to Lopez. And Lopez throws it down.
Well, Lopez at that size has no trouble throwing it down.
LeBron James on the wing. Guarded by Prince. LeBron against Prince. The rebound by the Bucks. Antetokounmpo's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Kicks it out to Lillard. Second chance effort. Oh, and the buzzer beater's good.
Resourceful move there, ending the period.
Thanks so much, David, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the 3rd quarter after this break.
Please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half Fourth shot in the elite. They're measuring up the shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You know, Luka Doncic has been exceptional here, guys.
And the way he goes at defenders, he is bound to get to the line just like he did there in that first half.
Yeah, almost inviting contact, that attack mentality on full display.
Luka Doncic out there with LeBron James. Then there's Len. Then it's Jackson Hayes. And it's Hachimura in at the small forward. That's who's in the game for the Lakers. Milwaukee in the lead. Antetokounmpo. That's a two-pointer. Inside. Antetokounmpo. Automatic.
Now, Giannis has great confidence, and he's playing with it here.
Here's Doncic. And another field goal in this total. Make it 7 for 14, shooting 50%.
It's a great move, and he catches the defense completely off guard.
Well, just ripping through right there as he finds the open spot and gets right through there. High basketball IQ play.
And we see this often now from Giannis. His offensive repertoire has become so versatile.
The three. Milwaukee with the rebound. Over to the wing. Here's Connaughton. Trains the three-pointer. Connaughton's got the lead up to 7 now for the Bucks.
Well, that's a shot he can hit. If you give it to him, you need a little more energy on defense that next trip down.
Oh, nice touch on Luka's mid-range there. The product of a lot of practice time and natural talent.
Doncic against Connaughton. Lopez outside. The three. It's rebounded by Hayes.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
And it's Brook Lopez with the foul. That'll be his second foul of the game.
That's his second personal foul. First team foul.
So it's the Lakers now, trailing by 5. James looking around. Out to Doncic. Luka on the move. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
In Europe, Doncic spent a lot of time as a primary ball handler. You see the craftiness there in terms of drawing fouls.
Milwaukee leading by 4. Inside, and stolen by James. And he slams it down right on top of Bobby Portis.
You see LeBron just shrug off that contact there. It's like nothing even hit him.
And this is his first trip to the line tonight.
And at 78%, he's been a consistent shooter at the line for them all season long.
Pass to Lopez. Hayes with the steal. Goes up. Ooh, Doncic capping off the break.
And you can tell that Doncic loves leaking out. They're able to get to the right spot there in transition.
And it's blocked, and they're able to recover. Here's Lopez, and a great assist by Antetokounmpo as that one goes in. Giannis has got 6 assists here tonight. Here's Hachimura, and the rejection by Antetokounmpo. Down low, and the jam by Antetokounmpo.
I think Giannis loves that kind of stuff right there. His dunks sometimes get vicious.
To the wing on the left. Len kicks to Doncic. Len sets a screen for Doncic. It's up a 3. It's rebounded by Portis. Portis has got 5 rebounds tonight. On the wing, Giannis. Giannis says, get off me!
And boy, he's really in a groove. Dominant performance last game. Same thing this time out.
Seems to be nobody standing in his way. No roadblocks for him to get to his spot, capitalize, and continue to be aggressive.
Here's Connaughton. Stolen by Len. And Hachimura with a clear path to the rack. And the dunk by Hachimura.
And you can see the agility from Rui Hachimura. Fantastic job just getting out and converting.
Lopez outside. Pass to Prince. Back to Lopez. There's the three. That's his 6th field goal today, and that makes him now 6 for 11.
Remember when big men shooting threes were as rare as a Sasquatch, and now those big guys are everywhere.
Len's shot is off. Milwaukee leading by 6. Here's Prince. Good. And it's Giannis picking up the assist. Antetokounmpo's got his 7th assist in the game. To the middle. Here's Len. It's rebounded by Portis. Portis has got 8 rebounds in this game. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Luka Doncic. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. First team foul.
Lopez with the ball. Hayes on him.
Well, putting the wingspan to great use, Len throws that one away.
And James throws it down hard.
And what an explosive finisher LeBron is, rocking the rim whenever he goes up like that.
Prince finds Antetokounmpo. Against contact, Giannis Antetokounmpo forces it through.
So far, he's a can't-miss player. A superb scorer who plays to his strength.
And as we end the third quarter, a great game. Both teams playing well. Bucks ahead. And let's take now this moment to bring up our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his speed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
That's what great passing will do for you right there, dissecting the defense with that play.
And with 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this 4th period holds in store for us. On the floor for Milwaukee starting the 4th quarter, they've got Van Connaughton, Antetokounmpo out there with Bobby Portis. Then there's Prince, and it's Lopez in at the center. Here's Giannis, and he drives in, and he banks in the layup. Antetokounmpo's got the first field goal of the 4th quarter here for the Bucks. Len against Portis. Len with a screen on Connaughton. And it's Doncic missing.
Boy, he's got a great stroke. That one almost dropped.
Antetokounmpo inside. He's covered by Hachimura. Giannis passes to Lopez. 6 to shoot. Hachimura grabs the miss. And so it's Hachimura who brings up the ball for the Lakers. It's a 10-point game. Len with a screen on Prince. To the paint. And the dunk by Len.
Yeah, you got to set up a quality screen, and right there, Alex Len does a great job, rolls with purpose in that pick and roll.
Right side, Portis. We're just over a minute and a half now into the 4th. Lopez finds Giannis. Lopez, a screen on Hachimura. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
Oh, Giannis getting the defender to bite. That's a patient move, earning himself a trip to the line.
And he misses the second one as well, so he is 0 for 2 that time. LeBron drives in. Whoa! James Strong flush off the drive.
A great burst from LeBron that time, attacking the hoop, and the defense didn't even see it.
And a wide open look for Portis. And again, the Bucks miss.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Here's Len. Connects from 3-point range. And now just a 3-point Bucks lead. For Milwaukee, they've gone 1 of 4 since the end of the 3rd quarter. It's stolen by Hachimura. Doncic powers it home.
The adjustments they've made offensively, they're putting guys in a position now to succeed.
The possession just way more efficient, I think, here tonight, taking smarter, better shots, moving the ball around. That's helped them to get back in the ballgame.
Len's shot is off. Milwaukee's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the 4th quarter. Antetokounmpo with the finish.
And you know he knows he's the leader of this team. Giannis embracing the opportunity to come through with big baskets.
Here's Hayes. Pass to Len. Len sets a screen for Doncic. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Shoots over Connaughton.
Yeah, Portis relished that chance just to wipe away the shot.
Antetokounmpo with the ball. And Hachimura picks him up defensively. Down it goes. Nice one there from Antetokounmpo. And breaking down some numbers here, the hustle stats for the Bucks.
A high-effort brand of defense has been paying off for them in this one. They've managed to either block or alter a ton of their opponent's shots.
And I feel like another part of tonight's game has been the hustle points, getting up and down, getting second chances, getting transition opportunities. They've been fantastic in that area.
Yeah, good job to take it right at the net.
So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's a 7-point game.
Perfectly done at the stripe there. That brings their lead up to an even more comfortable level.
To the inside, Len, good, and the assist goes to Doncic. Len's got 7 now in this quarter.
And maybe not the first option, but Len stepping up in a big moment there.
Len with the block. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Len. On defense, the Lakers. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth quarter. And it's Hachimura penetrating. It drops. What a beautiful shot to bring him to within 3.
And Hachimura ready to deliver for his team.
I think we'll see them burn the clock a bit here.
Yeah, smart move.
The kick out to Lopez. Prince outside. Pass to Antetokounmpo. Now here's Lopez. Hachimura grabs the miss. No room for them to make a mistake here.
You got to almost play perfect from here on out.
He's getting good looks on the floor, but he simply cannot bury anything right now. He's got to stay confident, though, because everyone knows he can hit those shots.
Prince with the ball. Poke loose. LeBron dishes to Doncic. Can't get the bucket from 20 feet out. And so it's the Bucks who come out on top here. This win, such a tremendous emotional boost for them.
Really an accomplishment and crazy finish to take a road game like this and simply defeat.
Much appreciated, David. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Brett Barry.
Welcome, everyone, to NBA basketball on 2K Sports. Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Anderson, alongside Clark Kellogg and Grant Hill. On the sidelines, Allie LaForce. So the Houston starting five. Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Amen Thompson out there with Alperon Şengün. And it's Van Vliet in at the point. And for Los Angeles, LeBron James out there with Hayes. Then it's Luka Doncic. Then it's Rui Hachimura. And it's Reeves in at the shooting guard position. A couple of rivals going head-to-head here, Clark. You can feel the extra tension in the air.
No doubt about it. That heat is palpable. Everybody wants to be at their best and prove they're the superior team, but the fireworks and friction is real. Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Şengün, a screen on Doncic. To the paint. And Şengün, throw it down.
Working that pick and roll action superbly. Şengün knows exactly where he needs to be.
The 3, James. And the Lakers get it back to the middle. Here's Hayes. Outside Reeves. Hayes with a screen on Green. From deep, Reeves. It's hauled in by Houston. About a minute played here so far in the first. Van Vliet with it. Now Doncic defending. On the wing, Green. Brooks outside. 4 on the clock. And it's Green missing.
Just enough of a shot contest to bother him.
And so it looks like the Lakers will retain possession here. The Rockets went from 22 to 41 wins last year, finishing right at 500, Clark.
Great progress by Houston. Just missed the play-in in the West. They would have easily made that same play-in tournament in the East. A huge step forward for the Rockets, no doubt. And I think it's a team that can sustain that trajectory.
First quarter and about a minute and a half in. Thompson with a steal.
Not a smart pass, and he knows it. Got to disguise your intentions better than that.
Let's go with a 3. Doncic pulls down the board. Los Angeles has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far.
Boy, there's nothing quite like LeBron on the fast break. That combination of size, strength, and speed makes him electric.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
I did briefly speak with J.J. Redick. We talked about how Alperon Şengün can act as a facilitator. Coach said he sees the floor like nobody else. He's got a great mind for the game. And if you let him find his guy out of the high post, he will punish you. No doubt about it, they're aware. He is the engine of this offense.
Thank you for that, Allie. Now here's Thompson. Pass to Green. Thompson with a screen. And he lobs it up. Oh, it's stolen by Hachimura. James against Brooks. And there's James on the assist by Reeves. James has gotten his second bucket on the night.
Fighting through contact. Not easy trying to corral LeBron when he's focused on scoring. Good luck with that.
Şengün, that's good.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it. And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that. Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him. Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Now here's Thompson. Inside. Pass to Şengün. Puts up a 3. It's Hayes with the rebound. And Reeves has got the ball here for the Los Angeles Lakers. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You gotta be a good team to reach that feat.
And Houston has possession. After the Lakers picking up a basket just moments ago, from undrafted to closing games with LeBron and AD, Austin Reeves, what a story, Clark.
It really is a great story. I mean, this guy has just continued to prove the doubters wrong. Nobody's going to outcompete him. He's fearless. He's got great skill. Doesn't lack for confidence either. He's one of my favorite players to watch.
Now here's Doncic. Out to James. Back to Reeves. Beyond the arc. The shot's good on the assist by James. Reeves has got 6 points.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him. A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
Brooks finds Şengün. Back to Brooks. Fires for three. James with the rebound. The Lakers lead by 6. And there's the call on Amin Thompson. That's his first foul.
That's his first personal foul. Second team foul.
Here's Reeves. He's got 6. To the inside. Hayes misses. Rockets trail by 6. Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Pass to Şengün. Hachimura against Brooks. On the wing, Thompson. And he drops it in from the low post. He's got 5.
You know, inside is where Thompson excels, and the concentration allowing him to finish there.
Now Doncic launches it. It's rebounded by Şengün. The floater and the basket by Van Vliet. Doncic with it. That'll count. No good. Would have counted had it gone. And at the end of one, a closely contested game. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in this second quarter. What do you guys think about Los Angeles here in this one?
Well, it's simple. When you can dominate the boards at both ends, you can control the second chance touches.
And, you know, their rebounding advantage has been glaring, simply outworking them on the boards for that entire first quarter.
This is how the floor looks for the Rockets, starting the second. Van Vliet and Green, they're manning the backcourt. Dylan Brooks is out there with Amin Thompson. And it's Şengün in at the center position. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
That is Thompson's game, rocking the rim and giving his team some energy.
Reeves against Green. Back to Reeves. Down low. Şengün with a steal. James against Thompson. Pass to Van Vliet. Brooks, right side. Here's Thompson. It's stolen by Doncic. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
Well, similarities in the games of Alperen Şengün and Nikola Jokic. A couple years back, Jokic suggested that Houston run their offense more through him, and they have. Jokic said that's going to benefit the whole organization. He wants to pass and play for the team. They'll move when the ball is in his hands. Brian?
Well, Jokic would know. Thanks, Allie. Şengün, a screen on Hachimura. Brooks. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. And they're not happy with the call here. Coaches.
First team foul. At the line for the Rockets.
People were worried that this would slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably. Oh! Huge slam by LeBron!
Tell you what, just add that one to the highlight reel. James is truly one of the greatest slam dunkers of all time.
Clark, what's incredible about LeBron? He makes as big of an impact off the court as he does on it.
B.A., I think it's going to be one of the great case studies when he's all done playing, how he's impacted the game and uplifted people across the country and world. He's a tremendous advocate for social justice. He's obviously a shrewd and successful businessman. And he's been a vocal leader who also leads by example. He's actually epitomizing the change he'd like to see in other folks and inspiring along the way. And that's the weight room strength of Doncic right there, fully displayed.
Van Vliet, the pass to Thompson. Back to Van Vliet. Into the lane. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. And you know, Clark, Fred Van Vliet gives you a number of things. Leadership might be the most important.
It is certainly one of his great attributes, B.A., when you look at Fred Van Vliet. Not very big, not super athletic, but a winner, tough-minded, and highly skilled. Doesn't make mistakes with the ball, gets other people's shots, and has proven to be a clutch and consistent quarterback at a really high level.
Van Vliet on the wing, guarded by Doncic. Van Vliet, the pass to Thompson. Van Vliet against Doncic. Clock at 6. On the wing, Green. No points so far.
Hard to turn down a look that good. Still, long twos are losing favor, and misses like that are the reason why. And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
With the teardrop. Thompson, a screen on Reeves. Green, the pass to Şengün. Now Thompson. That one no good. Hachimura with the defensive effort. Doncic against Thompson for 3. James. Oh, James knocks down the triple.
And when James is knocking down his threes, watch out. This offense is dangerous.
To the inside. And the call will be against Austin Reeves. That's his first foul of the game.
That's his first personal foul. Third team foul.
1:14 left in the first half. Releases.
It energizes everybody when LeBron is locked in like this on the defensive end.
Şengün, a screen on Reeves. Out to Thompson. Brooks outside. Just 5 on the clock. Late clock. Houston's got to hurry. They get it again. Pass to Şengün. Van Vliet outside. Goes up again. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. Outside Reeves. Hachimura with the ball. No good on the 3. Thompson with it. Hachimura covering. Thompson passes to Green. Back to Thompson. To end the cold spell. Good work defensively by James.
Everything right except the finish. Have to keep focus all the way through the play.
Green against Doncic. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It's going to go on Jalen Green.
Look at Luka playing hard, which is always the way he goes. Hits a foul, but keeps pushing and takes his shot, playing through contact.
Brooks, the pass to Şengün. Green for 3. Green's feeling it at the arc.
Watch out now. When this guy gets into a rhythm, it is something to behold.
And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. It's Los Angeles up by 2. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. You know, LeBron James has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, tonight, he's done a great job of slashing through the lane and finishing. Yeah, you know what, guys? They gave him too many free runs to the hoop in the first half. I think they've got to be a lot tougher on him. Body him up. Be physical with him.
Luka Doncic is out there with Austin Reeves. Then there's Hayes, then there's James, and it's Hachimura in at the small forward position. That's who's in the game for the Lakers. The Rockets trail, the NBA becoming more and more global, Clark. Şengün, a perfect example of that.
Yeah, Alperen Şengün out of Turkey. Right now on the fast track to being the best player to ever come out of his homeland. So still very young, but boy, his future is quite bright.
Los Angeles has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third. Hayes with a screen on Van Vliet. From deep, here's Doncic. Drops in the 3. Doncic has got 9.
You know, if Luka wants the three-point shot, he just takes it. No hesitation.
Van Vliet against Doncic. On the wing, Thompson. Tries to break his ice. And fouled as he went up to dunk. Good aggressive move. He'll shoot a pair. You know, Clark, over the past few seasons, we've seen a historic amount of 20-point-per-game scorers in the league.
And that's a function, BA, of the overall skill level being at its all-time high in league history in my mind, but also the pace of play, the way the game is played, three-point shooting, there's scoring, there's more scoring, so more guys are scoring. And I think on top of that, it's a little easier to score because of how the game is played and officiated. It's tilted a little more in favor of the offense for the entertainment value of point production.
And the basket by Van Vliet.
Well, Van Vliet likes to work up close and personal at the basket, always ready to take it inside.
From deep, here's Doncic. Rebounded by Green. And it's Green with the ball for the Rockets. Trailing by 2. They get it back. Hachimura against Brooks. And here's Green from the arc. Sends it home from three-point land. Green's got his second bucket of the night.
No wasted motion or hesitation there. Green ready to shoot as soon as he caught it.
Ooh, Doncic. Nice soft touch. Houston has gone 1 of 2 shooting from the perimeter since halftime. You know, Clark, with the Lakers, at times it is hard to maintain a sense of continuity.
Well, it sure is, B.A. I mean, there's always pressure to improve or be at your best, but even more so when you're playing in the glitz and glamour of L.A. and all that history. And because of that, sometimes it can lead to high team turnover when you're playing for the Lakers. It always seems like Doncic is playing with something to prove. Well, I tell you what, he's proving plenty tonight.
Van Vliet drives. And they get it back. The open shot by Brooks. Oh, he clanks that one off the back iron and it falls. And the Rockets lead by 1. We've seen 5 lead changes so far. Neither team able to pull away.
Yeah, this game just feels like it's going to come down to the wire.
Doncic. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. Clark, when you watch Luka Doncic play, how is he able to just control the games like he does?
He's a savant. That's all I can say. He's way ahead of himself. I mean, this guy's been a pro since he was 13 or 14 years old. There's nobody else in the NBA that's been a pro that long, I don't think. So, unique in that regard. Great size, uncanny, underrated strength. And then his vision, his pace, all of that what allows him to really not ever be sped up or out of control. I like Doncic's willingness to share the ball. He wants to see other guys involved in producing.
Outside for Green. Jacks up a 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Doncic has got rebound number 5 here tonight. 1:14 left in the third. Shot clock at 6. Pass to Reeves. The Lakers got to get one up. Late clock. And Doncic the bucket on the assist by Reeves. Reeves has got 4 assists in the game.
The guard attributes on display there. Luka with one of the quicker releases you'll see in the game.
Now here's Şengün. He's got 5. Here's Brooks. The kick out to Van Vliet. The Rockets with another miss. And we've got a whistle. He was fouling with a purpose. And in that spot, in that situation, it's got to be a transition take foul. So far in the game, he's gone 2 for 4 from the line. Well, last season we saw Luka Doncic score 73 points, tied for 4th most in NBA history, Clark.
B.A., he is so special. And the thing about the 73 he got, it was the most efficient 70-point game in league history. And with how offense-heavy the league is going, I wouldn't put it past him to go north of Kobe Bryant's mark of 81 at some point. He's got that kind of ability.
Doncic on the take. Thompson pulls it in. Thompson's got 4 rebounds now. Brooks a screen on Reeves. Thompson passes to Şengün. Can they get it? Drills it from deep. Brooks has got 5 points. And Doncic launches from deep. Oh, what a performance by Luka Doncic. He has been the story for the Lakers. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day. Boy, that's a nice asset to have. It's a huge boost to any offense, too. It adds a whole nother dimension when you've got a big guy that can pass.
Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Taking a look at the Rockets. Green is the 2 with Brooks at the 3. Alperon Şengün out there with Amin Thompson. And it's Van Vliet in at the 1. Rockets trail by 4. Thompson outside. Looking to get it going. And there's the call on Amin Thompson. That's his 3rd foul so far.
And just a great job of getting there first and absorbing the contact.
No question about it. No flop there. That was a direct shot to the chest.
James passes to Hachimura. No good on the triple. And so it's Van Vliet with it. He brings it up for the Rockets. Pass to Green. And he's going for the oop here. Now Brooks. Green with the ball. On the wing, Thompson. The 3 is up. James with the rebound. James has got his 5th rebound in this one. And here's Hayes. Back to James. Over Green. James, a freight train coming.
And once James gets the ball near the rim, just let him go to work because he knows what he's doing down there.
Şengün, a screen on Doncic. Van Vliet finds Thompson. The kick out to Van Vliet. The basket's good. Off the assist from Thompson.
And defensively, how do you leave them that open in crunch time?
From deep, Reeves knocks it down from distance. And the Lakers lead by 6.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
For Los Angeles, they've gotten half of their attempts to fall in the 4th. 2 for 4 now. And it's Hachimura missing. Rockets trail by 6. And so they foul intentionally.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Thompson outside. Şengün, a screen on James. Thompson attacking.
Yeah, I like when Thompson goes in strong like this. I mean, just forcing the defense to act.
First one falls for him. Both free throws good from Thompson. We're in the 4th quarter here. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Out to James from outside the arc. Rockets with a rebound. Brooks has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Green with the ball. Picked up by Reeves. Out left to the wing. Şengün passes to Van Vliet. On the wing, Thompson. Off target from outside.
I understand why he took the shot. They need the points, but that's just not a good look.
Hey, you have to have pity for the defense right there. I mean, LeBron is an absolute low down low.
That one's no good. Rockets trail by 5. Green for 3. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Hachimura's got 4 rebounds now. Doncic passes to James. Yes! He's still got it! LeBron!
Never gets old seeing LeBron explode off the floor like that.
On the wing, Brooks. Outside, Green. And there's 1:38 left to play in the 4th quarter of this one. James against Van Vliet. Physical play by LeBron inside. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for the Lakers.
Phenomenal work on the defensive end so far. That stands out the most. They've made it their mission to block shots and make things hard for the opposition.
Well, another major factor in the offensive performance was the fast break. Converting on those chances when they get them tonight.
You know, he's just not taking good shots, not taking smart shots, forcing up a lot of low percentage jump there.
Both sides are simply waiting for the clock to make it official. This is going to end up in the books as a nice win for the Lakers.
And at first glance, it appeared to be an easy win for them. However, they had to weather some storms along the way, Grant.
Yeah, in terms of competitiveness, it was a lot closer than the final score indicates.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for LeBron James.
Well, the defense just couldn't figure him out, and he continued to put it to him.
Now here's Reeves. Back to James. Ooh, Thompson with the block.
Decent reach and solid instincts, allowing Thompson to get a hand on it.
41 seconds left in the fourth. And James gets it to go. And Houston has possession. 11-point game. Thompson, a screen on Doncic. Van Vliet, the pass to Thompson. Hammers the lob through.
When you watch Van Vliet, he's in total control of the offense.
Van Vliet against Doncic. Rockets with a rebound.
And just not enough time for them to get back in this game.
Not by a long shot. It's all but official.
And Sengun throw it down. That gives him a double-double. And so it's the Lakers with the W. Boy, all right, Allie, thank you. And that about wraps it up. For Allie LaForce, Clark Kellogg, and Grant Hill.
And a glimpse inside the locker room. Players' final few moments. Thanks for joining us here on 2K Sport. And on Paper Break, this might seem like a potential blowout. But anything can happen in this NBA.
Kevin, we see upsets happen all the time. It's what makes the sport great. You can't take any team or game for granted.
Here are the starters for Los Angeles. They've got Jackson Hayes. LeBron James is out there with Luka Doncic. Then it's Alex Len, and it's Hachimura in at the small forward position. Len against Lively. The Mavericks shooting their first free throws here tonight.
First team foul.
First one falls for him. He doesn't get the second one. Here's James. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Always willing to embrace contact. LeBron James has the kind of frame that can absorb it any time.
No good on the second, so he hits 1 of 2.
That will sting a little bit. Failing to get the lead when the opportunity was there, but he does tie it up. How about the big guy attacking the rim? The throwdowns are loud and emphatic.
Doncic against Irving. On the wing, Doncic. Five on the clock. Inside. They get a hand on it. Here's Hayes. And he elevates for the slam dunk. Derek Lively did not like that.
And guys, that's not as easy as he made it look. You've got to have some skills to pull that off.
Well, he's got plenty of those, that's for sure. In the corner, it's Gafford. Irving with the ball. He's picked up by Doncic. Lively. And that one is good with the extra effort on the glass.
You have to appreciate the doggedness and intensity on the glass. Wow.
And that one's good. Doncic.
How about the touch on the floater? Luka Doncic, so versatile.
You know, Doris, every so often there are guys that come along that you can build a franchise around, and Luka Doncic seems to be one of them.
There's no question, Kevin, and if I were putting a team around Luka Doncic, I'd want to have multiple vertical threats at the rim and shooters at every other position, because at that point, Luka is unguardable.
And the Lakers have possession. The Mavericks making the shot. Kicks it out to LeBron. Pass to Len. And here we go. The Mavericks in a fast break. And finished off by Davis.
And he'll get a head of steam when there's that much of a lane. You can't get in AD's way.
Doncic looking it over. Just over 2.5 minutes played here so far in the first quarter. Just 5 on the clock. Going inside. A putback. It's good on the putback.
Just in a perfect position to grab that rebound and then get the putback.
The Mavericks leading. It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Well, I was able to talk with Coach Jason Kidd. Of course, they know they have their work cut out for them with LeBron on the court. He told me James hasn't really lost a step. He's a constant problem out there, so I'm ready to try anything, including just throwing extra bodies at him. Of course, that probably means some double teams in LeBron's immediate future. Guys?
Thanks so much, David. Here's Lively. After the basket by Los Angeles. Lively sets a screen for Edwards. Offensive rebound. Another shot. Rejected by Len.
You see the agility of Alex Len in good position for the spot.
Hachimura, no good.
And even against defense as tight as that, you almost expect him to still bury those.
And we have an intentional foul there, GA. Wish I could say why.
That one's pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
Now here's Edwards. He has yet to score. Dallas again turning it over.
Lakers ball.
.102 left here in the opening quarter. Irving against Doncic. No good. That would have tied it. And so it's Davis. He'll bring the ball up for the Dallas Mavericks. 36 seconds left here in the first quarter. Irving against Doncic. Shot clock at 6. Left side, Davis over James. And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. Davis has got his second basket of the night. Irving against Doncic. And the rebound goes to the Mavericks. Outside Irving. On the wing, Davis. He knocks it down, but wait a minute. The officials are getting together. They may want... We're going to look at it again. They need to be certain he beat the buzzer.
Yeah, and at this point of the game, you know, some might say, hey, can't we just skip the replay this time around? But you just never know.
And that does it for the first quarter. Mavericks lead by 4. And we'll get going after this. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Mavericks.
And they've set the tone from the jump. They're looking to pound it inside and score in the paint.
Yeah, and in addition, their ball movement has really unleashed their offense. Boy, they've been fun to watch.
Edwards is out there with Irving. And there's Davis. Then there's Daniel Gafford. And it's Lively in at the 5. So that's who Dallas starts the second with. Well, Daniel Gafford has carved out Doris a role in this league with his hustle, his intensity, and his rim protection.
All of those things you just mentioned, Kevin, are skills. He plays hard on both ends. Gafford can defend the paint. He's going to crash the glass. He's going to run the floor. Listen, figure out how you can fit and do your job.
Kicks it out to LeBron. It's stolen by Davis. And here we go with Davis heading to the hoop. Drops in the breakaway layup. Davis has got the lead up to 8 now for Dallas.
And there aren't many guys who can take over a game like Davis. Defense leading to offense all by himself.
Outside, James. And there's the call on Kyrie Irving. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
And stolen by Kyrie Irving.
What outstanding defensive anticipation and a poor decision passing.
And there's Davis. That's good on the assist from Edwards. Davis has got 9.
It's always a good sign when the 3 is falling for Davis. It really opens up the rest of his game.
This guy reads situations so well, and he knows how to execute.
Irving against Doncic. Over in the corner, Edwards. Goes up the baseline. The Lakers with the rebound. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Irving against Doncic. The shot's good.
Yeah, that's just the master of understanding pick and roll and how to develop a quality shot. Such a dangerous guy in those sets.
Doncic against Irving. To the middle. Here's Hayes. It's rebounded by Dallas. Lively's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Irving. Down low. And finished off by Lively.
Well, this is why Kyrie Irving can make a defense look bad. He can beat you with his scoring or his passing.
Pass to Hachimura. Back to Doncic. Every year, Greg, we get a new batch of rookies into the NBA, and sometimes we're all guilty of judging them too early.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need probably 3 years to evaluate a player. You know, fans and media can be a little harsh at times, but not everybody develops at the same rate.
And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Kevin, thank you very much. Anthony Davis broke his defense down for me. He said, I can block shots, switch on to anybody, guard the pick and roll, I can guard the post, I can guard the pin down. So that's my ability. My ability defensively is to do everything. Kevin?
And he does everything. David, thank you so much.
And when Davis gets going, you are in trouble because he will just power through you to get to his spots.
There's 1:26 left to play here in the half. Here's Irving. And that one's good. His second basket of 4, shooting 50%.
Guys, hard to guard that floater with Irving when he makes it at the speed with which he does.
Doncic, no good. Mavericks leading by 12. Irving surveying the floor. Davis kicks to Gafford. It's stolen by Hachimura. And they're moving it up. Here's James. And they're jammed down as he goes right over Daniel Gafford.
And what an explosive finisher LeBron is. Rocking the rim whenever he goes up like that.
Pass to Davis. Jacks up a 3. Len grabs the board.
He is too good a shooter, guys, to be left open like that. The defense just dodged a bullet there.
Back to Hachimura. It's a nice passing here by Los Angeles. James finds Doncic. Here's Hayes. The kick out to LeBron. A three-pointer off the mark. And so it's Irving with it, bringing it up for the Dallas Mavericks. 13 points was their biggest lead in the game. Now, Lively. Buzzer beater.
One eye on the rim, one eye on the clock.
All right, David, thank you, and stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter started.
Okay, you're thinking about the shot.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly here in the second. You look at Anthony Davis in this game, he's been everywhere.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
Boy, he has been shouldering the load. Aggressive, skilled, talented, and thus far unstoppable.
Taking a look at Los Angeles. Len out there with Hayes. Then it's James. Then there's Luka Doncic. And it's Hachimura in at the 3 spot. Here's Len. Back to Doncic. And a wide open look for Hachimura. Off target from 3-point range. Dallas leading by 14. Luka Doncic started off his 2024 doors with a historic scoring performance.
He sure did, Kevin. He was only the 4th player in league history to score over 72 points in a game. It was the shooting performance of a lifetime, and Luka just takes it all in stride. Incredible.
Irving passes to Davis. Outside Edwards. Nailed from 3-point land. Edwards got his first 3 points of the game.
And I like Davis's decision-making. Fantastic. Always great at understanding when to move the ball.
Dallas has gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. James against Irving. Right side, Edwards. It's hauled in by Los Angeles. Len's got his 4th rebound in this one. LeBron with it. Picked up by Edwards. LeBron kicks to Hayes. Over Irving. Hayes, no good. Mavericks leading by 15. It's Edwards on the wing. James covering. Pass to Irving. Now Edwards. 5 to shoot. Dallas needs to get off a shot. Land with the block. Here's Doncic. Doesn't get it to drop for him. Great tee that time from Davis. The Mavericks have gone 2 of 5 shooting here in the third quarter. It's Edwards on the wing. It's in there. Davis with the assist. Edwards got 2 now from beyond the arc in the third for Dallas. Here's Doncic. Edwards with the block. And that'll be the Lakers as it goes out of bounds. Lakers retain possession. On defense, Dallas. They've only allowed 2 points so far here in the second half. Outside Irving. Left side, Edwards. Takes the 3. And Irving with the basket on the assist from Edwards. Irving's got 7 points.
Their ability, again, to stretch the floor, particularly in this second half.
And guys, boy, when you're hitting, it sure does work. It obviously opens up major options at the offensive end. Well, he tries to answer with a 3 of his own and can't do it. You can't get caught up in the one-on-one aspect.
We've gone about 3.5 minutes into the third now. Over in the corner, Edwards. A 3-pointer, no good. Lakers trail by 21. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively for sure.
With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. The Mavericks at last season's trade deadline added length by acquiring Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington. Coach Jason Kidd says they help on both ends. Gafford has the ability to roll, he has great hands. P.J. can put the ball on the floor and guard 1 through 5. And then defensively, they both bring physicality. Kevin?
There is an argument to be made. That was one of the best trades at midseason this league has seen in a very long time. Pass to Hayes to end the run. And James picks up the foul. That'll be his second foul of the game. Dallas leading by 23. There's 39 seconds left here in the third quarter. Right side, Edwards. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist. Irving's got 4 assists in the game.
You see the offensive force that is Kyrie Irving. Sometimes it's a scoring, right there it's just passing.
Here's Hayes. And that one drops. Hayes has got 6 points.
Well, you get exactly what you want right there. Clean look, right at the cup, nicely done.
And here's Irving. He has 7. It's Edwards on the wing. Stolen by Len. And so it's the Dallas Mavericks finishing the quarter up by a whopping 24 points. Their defensive mindset clearly focused on... And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feed. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Well, that's what a great pass will do, right? You love the unselfish play.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Daniel Gafford is out there with Anthony Davis. And it's Kyrie Irving. Then there's Edwards. And it's Lively in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the lineup in the game for Dallas. Here's Gafford. Outside for Davis. Fires for 3. Count that one as his 7th make in 8 attempts. A scorching 88%.
And this team wants Davis looking to score and putting pressure on the defense.
An even 3-on-3 break. Irving against Doncic. Back to Davis. Fires the three. Fourth quarter of basketball. We're about a minute into it. Clock at 6. It's Edwards on the wing. And a miss there on the triple. Lakers shooting just 33%, struggling to get good looks. James, no good.
Boy, if you're going up against this guy in this close a range, you've got to defend with everything you've got. A tremendous job defensively.
Here's Doncic. Fouled in the act of shooting. Gets the bucket anyway, so a three-point play chance for him.
Well, the hoop and the harm. Luka Doncic, the finish, and he'll get an opportunity to add to that.
And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Mavericks.
Well, I've been impressed with the ball movement all game long. They're really looking to just make that extra pass.
Boy, the long ball has been another point of emphasis for this group tonight. Their shooters are finding open spaces and firing without hesitation.
Edwards, rejected by Len, and they get it back. And a wide open look for Irving. That's in there. Davis with the assist.
I mean, if you want to chase him off the line, that's fine, but that ability to dribble drive, this guy is impossible to guard. Kyrie Irving.
Doncic, no good.
And this is a shot he can definitely make, and the defense not a factor at all.
James against Irving. It's Edwards on the wing. Wide open shot is on the money. Lakers have gone 1 of 4 since the end of the third quarter. Here's Doncic. It's hauled in by Edwards. Edwards got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Irving passes to Davis. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. And here's James. He'll bring it up for Los Angeles. Hachimura, no good.
Boy, this guy is a good finisher, so he misses a chippy. That's tough to take.
In the corner, Irving with it.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
Pass to Edwards. And here is Davis. And out of bounds as the Lakers gain possession. There's 1:54 left in the fourth. The shot by Len, wide open, and it's off from three-point range. Irving against LeBron. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. Good, and the assist goes to Irving. Irving's got 6 assists here tonight. The three for Doncic. Drains it from beyond the arc. Doncic has got 6 here in this quarter.
Luka is always on time to answer a big shot by an opponent.
Irving finds Edwards. The Mavericks rebound.
And the offensive rebounding, really the story here today. Even with the big lead, they're still showing more hustle on the board. Well, guys, this was never really a contest. Just a total obliteration, if you will. And you can safely say mission accomplished now for the Mavericks.
It was like watching a three-point shooting contest tonight here.
And they just didn't seem to let up. Whether the last several shots went down or not, 3 after 3, it just seemed to pay off for them.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Davis.
I think his steals tell the story. This guy was a disruptive force, and I don't think you can underestimate how important it is for a team to have someone in that role. He needs to look to try to drive inside and get going. That outside shot is simply not there.
35 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Back to Edwards. Dallas moving it around. LeBron against Irving. Just 5 to shoot. Back to Edwards. Shoots over Hachimura. Goes back up. And it's Lively getting it to go.
Convincing lead with very little time remaining, and the fans are pumped.
Well, they're getting ready to celebrate, no doubt. They know it's theirs to lose at this point.
Now here's LeBron. So no problem for Dallas as they get the win. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen. All right, DA, thanks again. And that about wraps it up for Greg Anthony Dor.
Grant, what should we expect in a veteran-heavy matchup like this?
You know, B.A., it typically means we'll get a clean game. These guys have been around for a while and know how to take care of the basketball.
And now the Los Angeles starters. Jackson Hayes is out there with Alex Len. Then it's Luka Doncic. Then it's Rui Hachimura. And it's James in at the 2. The 3 from Prince. Buries it from 3.
Don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Inside, here's Hayes. And finished off by Hayes.
And if you try to block his shot, you risk getting posterized because he is good at using that height to his advantage.
Antetokounmpo can't connect. Here are the Lakers now. And with their last victory, this team reached the 50-win mark on the season.
And they should be proud of what they've been able to accomplish. You can't just luck your way into 50 wins. You got to be a good team to reach that feat.
Here's Antetokounmpo, following the score by Los Angeles. And there's the call on Rui Hachimura. That's his first foul. Here's Antetokounmpo. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's Doncic. Pass to Lin. Oh, he tries a 3. It's hauled in by Portis. The Bucks have gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Grant, how about that in-season tournament win for the Lakers in 2024?
Yeah, honestly, it just makes sense that the first of those trophies would land with a historic franchise like the Lakers.
So it's Los Angeles now, following the score by Milwaukee. Here's Lin. Back to Doncic. Counted from distance.
Encouraging to see Doncic sink the 3. Needs to keep doing this now.
Pass to Prince. Hachimura with the defensive effort.
Even though it wasn't a clear path, he knows that that's a shot he should make more oftentimes than not.
Doncic passes to Lin. Prince grabs the miss.
And you got to give credit to the D for never giving up on the play and doing just enough to bother him at the rim.
Here's Antetokounmpo, and he banks in the layup. Antetokounmpo has got 6.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
Lin inside, defended by Portis. Offensive rebound, goes back up. Lin is good.
Offensive rebounding is all about wanting it. Fantastic effort there, leading to second chance points.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Brian, with the Bucks switching coaches midway through last season, Doc Rivers, experienced with star-laden rosters, he said, quote, "I resist thinking that you can't coach players. I have no problem holding them accountable. If you don't do it, you're not going to win." Brian, the pressure's on to get it done.
Yeah, the burden of expectations. It's title or bust. Thanks, Allie.
And Giannis will just about do anything the coaching staff asks. A true team player.
And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. How about LeBron? Even if he's no longer the clear-cut best player in the league, he can still take over a game, RJ.
Oh, make no mistake, he is still the best when he needs to be. Absolutely has a switch that gets flipped when he needs it. He's not on for 48 minutes, but he can definitely turn it on for a few.
Plenty of daylight on that shot. Prince has got his second basket on the night.
Drew the defense and made the proper read, hitting his teammates on the perimeter.
Here's Doncic, and Doncic with the jam.
A guard that can truly do it all. Doncic has tremendous power.
Pass to Prince. This one for 3. And the Bucks hit again from deep.
And another one from distance. He's hot, and they keep feeding him.
Now Doncic. There's the drive. Antetokounmpo grabs the board. And so it's Antetokounmpo with it. He brings it up for the Bucks. 4-point game. And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul. 1:03 left in the first. Prince finds Antetokounmpo. Back to Prince. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Over Hachimura, and it's Milwaukee scoring again.
Okay, let's throw out the analytics for a moment. When he's taking the mid-range, it's a winning shot.
Doncic, good.
Oh, my. Tight defense, but Doncic just muscles it in.
Connaughton against Hachimura. Here's Antetokounmpo. Good efficiency. He's drained 4 out of 5.
And they may have talked about shot selection coming into this.
Connaughton against Doncic. Pass to James. Back to Doncic. Got a piece of it. And stolen by Connaughton. Fast break. Here we go. Powered down after the assist led him to the lane.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball.
Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
We know mistakes lead to breaks. That's just textbook right there.
And so it's Milwaukee, up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period, just pounding the painted area. That's helped him build an advantage. Back after this. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And let's quickly break down the game we've seen from the Bucks, guys.
Well, clearly they played well in the first period because of their selfless attitude.
They are playing for one another and focusing on making winning plays. You love to see it.
Taurean Prince is out there with Bobby Portis. Then it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. Then there's Brook Lopez. And it's Connaughton in the point guard. So that's who Milwaukee starts the second with. The Bucks leading by 10. And grant the combination of Giannis and Lillard, one of the most fearsome pick-and-roll tandems the league has ever seen.
You're spot on, B.A. You surround them with shooting, and you have the makings of an offensive juggernaut.
And Giannis with the dunk.
The incomparable length. I mean, Giannis with those big strides and the reach to finish against anyone.
Len, and he converts the layup. Len's got his second bucket on the night.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Antetokounmpo outside. Pass to Lopez. Antetokounmpo inside. James is there.
And you can see early on that Giannis wanted to be aggressive. I mean, he's taken over at the offensive end.
Offensive board. Doncic deciding where to go with it. Second chance shot. Clock at 6. Rejected by Lopez. Out of bounds as Los Angeles keeps possession. Now approaching 2 minutes of action here in the second. And stolen by Connaughton. Here's Prince. It goes again. His 6th basket in 7 tries.
Transition basketball, the most reliable way to generate easy looks.
Yeah, when you hustle on the break like he does, good things tend to happen.
Good work there as it goes.
Second chance points are always painful. Have to make the effort to box out.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they need to emphasize rebounding going forward.
And it's Antetokounmpo with the miss.
Uh-oh. Did he change his mind on the way up? I think he did.
Doncic finds James. That one falls. Great setup by Doncic. Richard, if the three-point shot was never introduced, how different do you think the game would be?
The offensive strategy would be very different. The game would be more physical, and it was more physical. And the main priority would be creating high-percentage looks.
Doncic passes to Hayes. Here's Len. Back to Hayes. Lopez with the steal. Here's Antetokounmpo. Oh! Giannis powers it down with force.
Beyond belief. I mean, such a creative talent. And I'm not surprised to see Giannis get flashy on the finish.
Pass to Lin. Oh, from deep. A minute 58 left to play in the first half of basketball. 6 to shoot. Hachimura, the pass to James. Oh, James knocks down the triple.
Just zero hesitation from James, trusting his shot.
Richard, it's nice to have the versatility of a guy like Hachimura, equally comfortable at either forward position.
Well, he's got the size and strength of a modern-day NBA power forward, but he also has the ability to stretch the floor and knock down a three. That's a nice combo.
Lynn can't hit. Milwaukee leading by 10. Antetokounmpo with it. Hachimura covering. Antetokounmpo can't connect. Los Angeles has gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the second. And that one drops for him.
Just outstanding distribution. This is the kind of team chemistry that you love to see.
Antetokounmpo, left side. James with the rebound. Lakers trail by 8. Lynn goes in. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Lynn's got 10 points. If they play this right, they can go 2 for 1.
Yeah, they really have to work the clock right now.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Ooh, a little luck that time as it drops. Antetokounmpo has got 19 points.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
He's just riding the wave of momentum right now, getting to his spots and keeping things simple on the offensive side.
It's his first trip to the line, and he makes a first.
At the line for the Lakers, Jackson Hayes.
He makes 1 of 2 that time. Hachimura from long range. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. They've led by as many as 14. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it. I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
And it's Lopez with the jam.
Talk about strength and athletic ability. Lopez can maneuver against his opponents down low.
Let's just say that was an ill-advised pass there. Very close to a turnover.
8 seconds left in the half. Lynn passes to James. Giannis Antetokounmpo has been on display for Milwaukee. He put together 10 points in the quarter. And don't go far. We'll be right back.
29.
And if you're just joining in, 1 half is in the books. 1 half to go. It's been a clinic out there by Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Pretty much the entire first half, he was dominating down low, piling up a ton of dunks.
He has been aggressive, getting into the painted areas seemingly at will and wreaking absolute havoc on the defense.
And so in the game for Los Angeles, they've got Alex Lynn. Luka Doncic is out there with LeBron James. Then it's Rui Hachimura, and it's Hayes in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
Ooh, hard work creating the second chance opportunity.
James can't get it to go. The Bucks leading by 11. Antetokounmpo outside. Connaughton outside. Lets it go from deep. The second effort. And it's Antetokounmpo with a miss. The Lakers shooting around 44%. Not bad. James. It's hauled in by Portis. Portis has got 4 rebounds in the game. Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, B.A. The Bucks know they are a high-level team, but they want to dominate the competition on another level.
Korean Prince, first personal foul. First team foul.
A little over a minute gone here in the second half. Counted. Good. Hayes has got 5. And here is Antetokounmpo. He's got 21. Connaughton outside. Prince against Hachimura. Prince, the pass to Connaughton. 6 on the shot clock. Now here's Antetokounmpo. Back to Connaughton. Takes the 3. Rebounded by LeBron. And so it's James with it. He brings it up for the Lakers. They've only allowed 2 points so far in the second half. The Bucks leading by 9. Pass to Connaughton. There's the 3. Milwaukee, no good that time either. The Lakers have gotten just 1 of 5 shots to drop since halftime. James can't get it to go.
Give the defender credit. Willing to challenge the shot. Lots of other guys just let them score there.
It's going to be on LeBron James. That'll be a second foul of the game.
First team foul.
James against Antetokounmpo. Portis outside from downtown. Hachimura with a rebound. Hachimura's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's Doncic. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Antetokounmpo has got 8 rebounds in the game. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Hey, Brian. Well, in today's high-scoring NBA, every position has to be a threat. All-star Donovan Mitchell said, "We're getting away from the point guards who are just floor generals. It's passing and scoring that you're starting to see. And your level of scoring allows you to be a better playmaker. Teams have to respect that."
No doubt, Allie. Thank you. Antetokounmpo looking it over. Pass to Prince. Lopez, the screen on Hachimura. The 3 from Prince. That is now his 7th field goal in 10 attempts. Impressive.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Antetokounmpo outside. Portis outside. And a great assist by Antetokounmpo. And that one goes in. And now a 12-point Milwaukee lead. Well, Grant, they say early in Giannis's career, he had to work not just on his game, but his attitude.
And that's true, B.A. It wasn't.
And coach doesn't like the call at all. He's out.
Second team foul. Shooting for Los Angeles.
This would slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Second team foul.
So it's Los Angeles now, down by 12. James passes to Doncic. Here's Lynn. 10 points for him. To the middle. And a foul called on the way up. And they stop the action here. They're using their coach's challenge
to slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
He's off on the first. That's off as well, so he misses both. The Bucks leading by 12. Antetokounmpo inside, guarded by Doncic. Antetokounmpo, that's good.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
Connaughton outside, fires the 3. Tries again. And no problem from Antetokounmpo as he finishes at the rim. Antetokounmpo's got 25 points in the game. 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Will it go? Here's Lynn. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Portis has got 5 rebounds tonight. Pass to Lopez. It's rebounded by Los Angeles. Here's Doncic. Oh, great D that time from Portis. 1 second left. And so it's Milwaukee with an impressive 16-point lead heading into the break. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
Serving it up on a platter, that is a beautiful dish. And 2 teammates on the same page, woo.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. They've got Taurean Prince, Bobby Portis out there with Brook Lopez. Then there's Pat Connaughton, and it's Antetokounmpo in at the 2. That's the 5 on the floor for the Bucks. And so it's Antetokounmpo with it. He brings it up for the Bucks. 16-point lead, the largest margin in the game. And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That's his 3rd foul so far. And here's Milwaukee now. Antetokounmpo finds Prince. Off target with the 3. Lets it go from 14, and he makes it.
And we talk about the importance of versatility. He's really got it all on the offensive end.
Antetokounmpo, the pass to Portis. Antetokounmpo outside. Tipped away, and stolen by Hayes. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Antetokounmpo. We're just over a minute into this final quarter of play. Doncic against Connaughton. He hits the back iron and sinks it.
Yeah, from a tough spot on the floor, Luka's shooting ability on display right there.
Antetokounmpo with it. Picked up by James. And here's Connaughton for 3. Good. And Antetokounmpo gets the assist. Antetokounmpo has got assist number 5 here tonight. Out to the wing. Here's Lynn. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Milwaukee leading by 15. And Luka Doncic is going to pick up the foul. That'll get him his 4th foul of the game.
Second team foul.
James against Antetokounmpo. It's Prince on the wing. No good with the triple. Lakers trail by 15. For 3, James. Milwaukee with the rebound. Antetokounmpo has got 11 rebounds in the game. Here's Portis. Driving in. And then Portis with the dunk.
And that's just Giannis making the right play, feeding the open man.
Pass to Hayes. Doncic against Antetokounmpo. Lynn. No luck on that one. Good work defensively by Lopez. Milwaukee has gone 1 for 3 in the 4th quarter from range. And here's Connaughton for 3. Nails it from 3. Connaughton's got 6 here in the quarter.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit 3s to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
Hayes, the pass to Doncic. Shoots a fadeaway. And once again, off the mark by Los Angeles. And it's Antetokounmpo off the drive. Pass to Connaughton. Here's Portis. Doncic pulls down the board. Lakers trail by 20. Here's Lynn. Portis with the steal. And here is Antetokounmpo. Out to Portis. It's stolen by Doncic. Here's Lynn. Another miss. They desperately need a bucket. Milwaukee leading by 20.
Well, the scoreboard tells you everything you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the Bucks.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, they did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And what a huge performance it was for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
And I love how active he was on the glass. Not afraid to get physical and do whatever he could do to grab boards.
Antetokounmpo outside. It's going to be on LeBron James. That's his third foul of the game. Some changes for Los Angeles. Vanderbilt comes in for Hayes, and Finney Smith subbed in for Lynn. Vanderbilt against Lopez. Shot clock at 6. Here's Prince. Rebounded by LeBron. 32 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Finney Smith inside, working on Lopez. From the arc, sinks the tray. 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter. No need to shoot. This one is done.
Yes, they've got to be happy with tonight's effort.
So this one belongs to the Bucks, showing that. Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce.
joining us. Hey, Clark, in tonight's game, what are you watching closely?
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, Kevin, is the guard matchup. I mean, both teams have tremendous backcourts, and I really think whoever is able to win or control that battle is going to win the game.
And now the Lakers starting group. Outside, the wings are Reeves and James. Jackson Hayes is out there with Hachimura. And it's Doncic in at the one. Los Angeles shooting their first free throws of the game. And Clark, it's hard to compare Luka Doncic to any other player we've seen before.
I would certainly agree with that. Ditto to that, Kevin, because he is unique. His pace is never hurried. He never gets rattled. He complains to officials a little bit more than I'd like to see, but he's strong. He's got great touch and feel, and he scores at all three levels, and he's a brilliant passer.
Brooks, and a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot two here. And yep, we thought we might see it. And the coach's challenge has been triggered on the personal foul call.
And this is the time now where the officials original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, You really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, Greg, to make the right call. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
And Hayes kicks to Doncic. Offline with his three. Green finds Van Vliet. Houston moving the ball around. Here's Thompson. It's deflected. It's going to be out of bounds. The Rockets will retain possession. We've played just over a minute here in the first. Here's James. Basket is good. He'll get a chance for one more at the line.
LeBron James refusing to be denied, just muscling through that foul to get the shot off.
And he's got his first chance at the line here. We've passed year 20 for LeBron James. Clark, how is he still doing this?
Well, I'd love to find out, but he's got a combination of remarkable DNA and obviously a tremendous work ethic and attention to detail and taking care of his body. But some of it's a blend of good fortune and a lot of hard work. But he's played at a level at his age that I never thought I'd see in basketball. It's different in other sports, but to do what he's doing on the court is amazing.
The screen from Thompson. Brooks, the pass to Thompson. And it's Thompson with the jam.
He's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
Şengün with the screen for Thompson. He takes it in. It's good for his second make. He's made 2 or 3 so far.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Thompson, a screen on Reeves. Here's Green. It's blocked. Fast break. The Lakers. Here's Doncic. The teardrop falls in. And let's get your guys' take now on the hustle stats for the Lakers.
You have to give them credit for their defense here in the early stages. I mean, they've shown tremendous anticipation, on the same page as a unit defensively, especially on those block shots.
And they are also just outworking the opposition in transition. When the break is on, they've continued to find ways to score.
Wide open, and still, surprisingly, wasn't able to cash in.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Alperen Şengün is a weapon on the block. Coach Ime Udoka said there are not a ton of true low-post threats in the NBA nowadays. Joel Embiid, Jokic, I don't know how many others there are anymore. Alpie's had success against pretty much everybody that's guarded him. Kevin, his footwork is indeed high level.
DA totally agree. Great footwork. Moves on moves, I've always said. Hey, Greg, where do you think the Rockets are the strongest in their play?
I'd say on the glass. They generally do a good job crashing the boards and going for loose balls. They really value every possession.
And that play showcasing Hachimura's hops. He just pops up and slams that one home.
Green dishes to Thompson. To halt the run, and it's Thompson with the jam.
And wait to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket guy still shaking.
Well, I tell you what, he loaded up as much power as he could behind that two-hander.
The 3 for Doncic. He made that one. Basket number 3 for him. He's also missed 2.
The guard attributes on display there. Luka with one of the quicker releases you'll see in the game.
They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Too many empty possessions. Right now, they need a basket.
It's tipped. 36 seconds left to play in the first. And he makes that one. Doncic has got 12 points in the game.
When you find yourself up double digits in the first quarter, you know you're doing something right.
Well, they're doing everything right. How about that? I mean, this could turn into a blowout very quickly.
To the paint. Here's Şengün. And Şengün throws it down.
How about the bounceability of Şengün getting himself way up there?
20 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Van Vliet against Doncic. Sinks that one from the post. 14 points for him.
Displaying intensity right off the opening tip, especially on the offensive end.
Tell you what, forget about easing into the game. They came out with guns.
It's been all about Luka Doncic for Los Angeles. He totaled 14 points in the quarter. He's given them all the offense they need right now. Back to the action in just a minute. And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And taking a look at Los Angeles' performance here, what have they been doing or not doing?
Aggressive at running guys to the backboard. You could tell it was part of their game plan coming in.
Yeah, and you know, when a team establishes an edge on the glass early, it really sets things up for the rest of the game.
Running the wings, they'll go with Green and Brooks. Thompson is out there with Alperen Şengün. And it's Van Vliet in at the point guard position. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Rockets. From deep, Green. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson.
Green getting very aggressive on the perimeter and really good concentration as he focused on his shots.
And it's out of bounds. They say it was last touched by Van Vliet. And really, Clark, Luka Doncic is a one-man wrecking crew on the offensive end of the floor.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, he's special. His IQ, his size, the way he can make shots against tough defense. He's got the lean back. He's got the crafty moves. And I think he's a lot stronger and a little more athletic than people give him credit for being. I mean, without a doubt, he's one of the most unique and best players that we've seen in the game.
Thompson surveying the floor. Misses the three. Lakers leading by 6. Here's Hachimura. Score the basket, his second of 2 attempts.
I love how under control Hachimura is. Able to push his way through the contact and score. Nice work.
Brooks, the pass to Şengün. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
Costly error there. We'll see how they rebound from that miscue.
Well, you know what? Their wounds are self-inflicted. I mean, you've got to play much smarter than that.
Lakers have gone 2 of 5 from the field here in the second quarter, shooting 40%. Back to Doncic. We're now about 2 minutes into the second quarter. Shoots over Van Vliet. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul. Greg, you know this. Good coaches give their players confidence. But what's the balance there between affirmation and accountability?
Well, when you believe in a player, that also comes with expectations. So a coach has to boost them up and also demand that they deliver.
That one's good. The Laker lead is cut to just 7 on the basket from Brooks.
Oh, spacing the floor. Brooks is comfortable shooting it from deep.
Doncic with the bucket. Doncic has got 20 points.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
And you know that's how it goes with him. I mean, his hot streaks, guys, don't last minutes. They last days.
Lakers leading by 9. From deep, James. Whoa! James showing the range.
From deep in three-point land, when LeBron commits to a shot even that far away from the hoop, no stop.
And 2 free throws coming up, unable to get that one to go with all the contact. And Clark watching Amen Thompson. He is just a different kind of athlete.
He sure is, boy. Special as an athlete. And we've got some of the greatest athletes in the world across the NBA. He's smooth, he's explosive, he's fluid, well coordinated. Seems like he just kind of floats in the air. It's special to watch him do his thing.
Green kicks to Thompson. And the layup falls. And that's 13 points from Amen Thompson.
This one has been all about Amen Thompson, a freakish athlete. When he gets rolling, there's just not much a defender can do.
Pass to Şengün. Thompson inside, covered by LeBron. The shot by Thompson, no good. And here's James. He'll bring it up for the Los Angeles Lakers. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. It's on Luka Doncic. Rockets have had 2 chances at the line already, making them both.
Thompson is one of the best pure athletes to come into the league in quite some time. He's fast, and boy, can he fly.
To the middle. And LeBron throws it down hard.
Oh, okay. I guess LeBron wanted that one to sting a little. He put a little extra on that one.
Thompson for the triple. Reeves with the rebound. Lakers leading by 11. Doncic forcing his way inside. Doncic.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Boy, the defense looks shell-shocked. I mean, they're on the ropes right now, on their heels.
Şengün finds Brooks.
And really, these are some of the toughest calls an official has to make.
Yeah, but in this case, I think he got it right. I mean, the defender was still moving there and never really had good legal guarding position. He wasn't set.
And there's a flexibility to Brooks's game. He can play a specific role for you, or he can be a high-usage guy. Really depends on what a team needs from night to night.
Here's Thompson. Brooks up on top. Outside, Green. Latre. That's tipped. And as it goes out of bounds, Houston able to keep the ball. 27 seconds left to play in the first half. Thompson for 3.
And that's terrific D by Hachimura. He's shown he has the strength and length to match up against almost anyone. Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
Reeves gets the bucket. Reeves has got 4 this quarter.
Offensively, defensively, they are in total control.
And don't leave out the coaching staff here now. I mean, their game plan has been perfect.
And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers riding a 15-point lead at the end of the quarter. Defensively, they have gotten after it, contesting every shot going up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. You know, Luka Doncic has been exceptional here, guys.
He's done a fantastic job of finding open space to operate within the first few quarters.
And you know what? It helped that they had a few guys with very hot hands on the perimeter, too.
Taking a look at Los Angeles. In at forward for him, it's James and Hachimura. Austin Reeves out there with Luka Doncic. And it's Hayes in at the center position. And Clark for the Lakers. Their last 2 seasons ended in playoff losses to the Denver Nuggets.
And I tell you what, they fought hard both times, Kevin. The point differential was only 24 points over the 4 games in 2023 and just 11 points in 2024. LA actually led most of the 5-game series, but weren't able to advance.
And a wide open look for Hachimura. Drills it from outside. Hachimura's got 9 points.
Just solid with the jump shot. Hachimura helps your offense in a number of ways. In that case, spacing the floor.
Here's Thompson. That drops and it comes off an assist from Brooks. Brooks has got 3 assists now in this one. Doncic with it. Picked up by Van Vliet. And the dunk by Doncic.
Big time flush by Doncic. Man, this young fella really has a lot of game.
Down low. Out to Brooks. Thompson outside. And he converts the layup. Thompson's got 6 in the quarter.
It helps that Thompson can score with either hand close to the bucket. Defenders can't force him to one side or the other. He missed that one, but I've seen him drill shots from that distance in warm-up.
Well, that looked to me, guys, like a heat check. And it was maybe a step out of his range.
And we're just around 2 minutes into the final half of play now. That one's in there. The Lakers' lead is cut down now to just 11 on the bucket from Green. Doncic fires from way outside. And they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
Luka won't take three-pointers laying down. He's coming right back at you with the answer.
Thompson misses. Lakers leading by 14. Here's Doncic. And good that time. And that's now 29 points for Luka Doncic.
Yep, he's their leading scorer in this game and has been the dominant figure today. No doubt about it.
Here's Thompson. It's rebounded by Doncic. Doncic has got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. James. And LeBron throws it down hard.
Speed and power and the ability to finish with both hands make LeBron James's drives deadly.
And LeBron, the only player to reach 40,000 points in his career. Clark, you're shaking your head. It's incredible, isn't it?
Absolutely remarkable, Kevin. And I did not think I would see it in my lifetime. 40,000 points. Just the sound of that is ridiculous. And, you know, he not only has lived up to the hype that has followed him since he was 15 years old, he's actually exceeded it, Kevin, which is crazy.
4 on the shot clock. Doncic passes to Hachimura. Good. And the assist goes to Doncic. Doncic has got 5 assists tonight.
And a solid shooter from mid-range. Hachimura with textbook fundamentals.
The shot by Thompson, no good.
Does not get much easier than that, but somehow he came up empty there.
LeBron passes to Hayes. Reeves outside. And he's good on the 3-ball. Reeves has got 7 points in the game.
One of the things you've got to admire and respect about him is his aggressiveness at the offensive end, always in attack mode.
Şengün with the ball. Working on Hayes. Pass to Thompson. Can they get it? And Thompson slams it home.
Rocketing off the deck. Thompson showing that youthful exuberance.
Here's Green. Out to Brooks. On the wing, Green. Brooks feeling it out a bit. Van Vliet outside. Tries again. Rebounded by the Lakers. Doncic has got 6 rebounds here tonight. The 3 from LeBron. Green with the rebound. Van Vliet against Hachimura. Thompson from long range. They grabbed their own miss. Şengün, no good. It's LeBron with the drive. And oh, he hits the buzzer beater.
Resourceful move there.
And so it's the Los Angeles Lakers, riding high with a 23-point lead heading into the break. From the field, they have been outstanding, amazing shooting. That's what has them headed to a blowout. And we'll be right back after this. And while we can now, let's take a look at today's State Farm assist of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery.
And they'd love to see every possession end this way. True team basketball.
And as we head into the 4th, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. At the guard positions, Van Vliet and Green. Thompson is out there with Brooks. And it's Şengün in at the 5. That's the 5 for Houston right now. The 3 from LeBron. Another miss by James.
Well, in most games he can knock it down from deep, but it just isn't there for him in this one.
Van Vliet wide open. The 3-pointer off the mark.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
And he's got to find other ways to contribute then, because his shot making is not happening right now.
Fourth quarter just getting started. 1 minute in the books. And Fred VanVleet is going to pick up the foul. And that'll be his third foul so far.
Yeah, way to get there first and be willing to absorb the contact.
No question about it. No flop there. That was a direct shot to the chest.
And it's Doncic missing. And it's Thompson with the ball. He'll bring it up for Houston. Here in the fourth quarter, their defense has been very strong, allowing no baskets. And the foul on Rui Hachimura. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Fourth quarter still young, just over a minute play. Brooks kicks to VanVleet. That drops and it comes off an assist from Brooks.
And you have to appreciate the confidence. VanVleet wastes no time shooting the rock when he is in that group.
And it's Doncic missing. Rockets trail by 20. Thompson inside. He's against Hachimura. And Thompson gets it to go.
And that tells the tale here today, guys. Throughout this game, they've been able to get the ball.
He let it fly, and he gets it.
Stuff. Boy, was that deep.
It always seems like Doncic is playing with something to prove. Well, I'll tell you what, he's proving plenty tonight.
Şengün. No good on the three. Los Angeles leading by 21. Kicks it out to James. Takes a three. And they get it back. Fires the three. And the three ball is good.
I guess the defense was not expecting the quick release. LeBron can get it up and down in a hurry, though.
VanVleet passes to Green. VanVleet against Doncic. Kicks it out to VanVleet. 6 on the shot clock. Lays it up off the glass. VanVleet's got 5 points now in the quarter.
And unafraid to challenge the heart of this defense. VanVleet's a strong finisher for his side.
And out of bounds as the Rockets gain possession. Houston's gone 1 of 3 from outside the arc since we've reached the fourth quarter. Brooks, the best of VanVleet. That drops and it comes off an assist from Brooks. VanVleet's got a couple of three-pointers now in the fourth for the Rockets. 1:56 left in the fourth quarter. No one near Doncic as he lets it fly. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. A shot by Thompson and no one's around. No good with the triple.
And maybe, he thinks he can shoot himself out of the cold spell, but I don't think that's the case. Maybe somebody want to tell him to ease up off the threes.
We've played just over 3.5 minutes now in the fourth quarter. He gets it in there. VanVleet's got 10 points in just the second half.
And so just rolling to the finish line now in what has been a very confident-looking performance for Los Angeles.
What do you think was the deciding factor in this one?
I think you have to look at their field goal percentage. They just shot the ball much better than the opponent, and they were getting great looks all game long.
And when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for Luka Doncic.
And, there was no stopping him tonight. Whenever he got the ball, he was looking to score, and rightly so.
GA, if you look back at the Rockets' history, so many all-time greats have spent time there.
Yeah, it's an impressive list, right? Olajuwon, Moses Malone, Calvin Murphy, and Harden. Houston's well represented in the Hall of Fame.
And the layup's good off the glass. And the Lakers lead by 18.
And they came in determined to take this one. It's going to be a happy flight home.
Yep, to have a stress-free win on the road, very satisfying. The fans are already headed for the exit.
That free throw missing.
At the line for your Rockets, Thompson.
So he comes up empty, missing both. Here's Los Angeles now. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. 35 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Shot clock at 6. Shoots the three. Good on the three-point shot.
And credit the whole team. It was a focused, concerted effort to put this one away.
Yeah, what a time to put the hammer down. Any hope of a comeback diminished.
Brooks outside. At the elbow, Van Vliet. And the ball's tied up, so we'll have a jump ball.
Now lead, jump ball.
So it's Los Angeles winning this one easily. All right, David, thanks so much. And that'll do it, folks. For Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony.
It's the NBA on 2K Sports. Both of these teams tonight with a fair share of veterans on their rosters, Brent.
Yeah, a lot of guys coming into this one, BA, just ready for what the game offers up. They have young guys that are watching and getting experience from observation. But the guys on the court tonight, they're going to understand where it is that this game in a 6-minute stretch can be taken advantage of, and that could be the difference in the win.
All right, checking out Golden State's opening lineup. Down low, it's Draymond and Looney. Stephen Curry is out there with Gary Payton II, and it's Butler in at the 3 slot. Now here's Curry for 3. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. To the paint, and stolen by Green. And the Warriors pushing it up now. Outside Payton. 3-pointer, no good. George, right side, for 3, Maxey. Warriors with the rebound. And let's talk about Draymond Green for a moment. Certainly one of the most outspoken players in the league, Brent.
Well, Draymond has never held back, whether he's talking about his opinion or the way that he sees the game, which is remarkable and a revelation to his intelligence as a defender on the floor. Draymond Green has been special on the defensive end throughout his career.
And he caps off the break with a monster slam.
Guy's got some of the best hands in the league. Paul George instincts right there, pokes that ball away.
Maxey against Curry. And it's a defensive 3-second violation. First trip to the free throw line for him tonight. And so he hits the technical free throw. Stephen Curry is still playing, but the debates have already started about where he ranks among the all-time greats, Brent.
LBA, it's a matter of opinion, but if your opinion is that he shouldn't be up there, shame on you. At 6'2", this guy is pound for pound, maybe the best player that's ever suited up in this league. So fast off the catch, Curry sometimes downright impossible to guard.
George against Butler. Drummond with the screen. 3-pointer. George, no good.
He's not the guy that you want to give a wide open look from 3-point range. They're lucky that that one doesn't cost them.
Butler passes to Payton. Clock at 6. Outside, Green. Second chance effort. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Philadelphia ball.
Philadelphia's gone 0 for 2 from outside to the middle. The jump hook. That's good from Drummond on the assist by George.
That's where you got to get Andre the ball. The closer he is, the more effective he becomes.
And a little over 2.5 minutes gone here in the first. And Steve Kerr calls timeout. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Now here's Payton, guarded closely. 5 on the clock. Outside Curry. Oh, George with a steal. With the drive. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Again, when you go from second to fourth gear, Paul George puts a lot of pressure on the defense that way.
Well, when you talk about a classic 3-and-D guy, Paul George is one of the first to come to mind, Brent.
I agree, B.A. I think he's been a little bit underappreciated, but this guy, both ends of the floor, with the ability to score and defend, is elite.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Brian, the Warriors play a unique style predicated on passing and cutting off the ball. Stephen Curry said the main goal is to just force the defense to make as many decisions as you can. So with all that ball movement and body movement, they're going to mess up at some point, right?
Well, it helps having a weapon like Stephen Curry. Thanks, Allie. Now here's Curry. Outside Butler. Outside Curry. And the Warriors miss again. The Sixers lead by 6. Embiid from outside. Looney grabs a miss. The Warriors have gone only 1 of 6 so far. Pass to Curry. Outside, Green. Butler on the wing. Six to shoot. The 3 from Curry. Good, and Butler gets the assist. Curry's got his second basket of the night.
I mean, he's like a magician how quickly he gets that shot off. Was it ever there?
Here's Drummond, and the rebound goes to the Warriors.
For him, it's harder to miss that shot than it is to make that shot. I think he was anticipating a bit of a bump there.
Looney, the screen. There's the triple. It doesn't go for him. The 76ers have gone 3 of 8 so far. Basket's good.
And that was just moving the ball quickly. And he's rewarded at the end with a high percentage look.
Yeah, the defense trying to do their best to slow him down. But when he gets room like that, you got to look out.
And so it's Golden State with it. After the Sixers picked up a basket a moment ago. Shot is good by Curry.
Steph, such an ideal pick and roll guy. The threat of the long ball always there. So whether he's shooting or passing, the defense has a hard time keeping up.
Maxey surveys. Over Payton. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. So at the end of... And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. And looking at what we've seen from Philadelphia, what do you guys think?
Oh, what a first quarter. You love their willingness to make the extra pass.
Well, so much unselfish play out there. The coaching staff has to be thrilled with that.
You know, not too many teams have the stability at head coach as the Warriors have had, Brent.
Well, I'm not sure there's ever been a more perfect fit for a team than Steve Kerr with the Golden State Warriors. It has been a magical run in the Bay Area, and you just look at the type of connectivity he has with his players, and again, how much joy these Warriors play with.
So on the floor for Golden State to kick off the second quarter. Down low, it's Draymond and Looney. Gary Payton II is out there with Stephen Curry, and it's Butler in at the 3, the small forward. Now here's Drummond. Pulls it. The kick out to Maxey. Pass to Embiid. 4-3. They get the rebound. The 3. Looney grabs a miss. Looney's got 4 rebounds now. Outside Payton. Outside Curry. Again, Golden State.
He can score on you in bunches. Curry doing it all in this one.
Payton against Maxey. Screen by Embiid. And that's good. Maxey for 3. Maxey's got 5 now.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
The coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
Inside, Looney. And Looney with the slam.
They keep capturing the lead, then giving it back. We'll see if they can hold on to it this time.
Well, you can tell they really want to increase this lead. They can't keep letting them take it from them. Well, they shouldn't be giving that shot to anyone, but they certainly shouldn't be giving it to him. That's a big break for the defense. Leaping ability is off the charts. Not the biggest power forward, but outstanding, rising up off the ground.
Drummond passes to Embiid. Drummond, the screen on Green. Back to Drummond. And Drummond with the jam.
Showing off some mobility there. When Drummond rolls like this, he's hard to stop in pick and rolls.
And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team.
To the inside. And it goes. As the official calls the foul, count it, and he'll shoot 1 more at the line. And an important part of every team's game, a look at the hustle stats for Philadelphia.
Yeah, they're just attacking on defense. Getting those hands out and knocking the ball free. I really like their energy defensively.
I wonder if pace and playing fast is something that they're being encouraged to do, because right now they feel like the faster team.
And it's energy like that on both ends of the floor that's got them out ahead.
And about 3 minutes played now in the second quarter. Looney, a screen on Maxey. Curry's shot is off. And so it's Maxey who brings up the ball for the Philadelphia 76ers. 3-point lead, and they go to the intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
1:46 left in the first half. Drummond with the bucket.
Well, Picasso couldn't have drawn that up any better. Perfect execution off the inbound.
Down low. Outside for Butler. Back to Green. Left side Curry. Just 4 to shoot. Easy money for Stephen Curry.
The name of the game isn't scoring, it's scoring efficiency.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey, Brian. No surprise here. Stephen Curry hopes to be a Warrior for life. He said being a part of a group of legends that have played for one franchise, established a culture, and won at the highest level, and did it with a lot of different roster combinations, I don't ever take that for granted. Brian, what a run.
Yeah, it is a great run, and he's been the foundation, Allie. Thank you.
Man, Looney is so long, gets up there and flushes it.
Pass to Drummond. Here's Grimes. Drummond, the screen on Curry. The offensive rebound. Now here's Embiid. And stolen by Green. Just 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. And Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. And the Warriors making a change here. Jackson Davis is checked in. Curry passes to Green. Payton with it. Green, a screen. With some arc. Payton finds Green. The kick out. Curry. Just 5 to shoot. No good. That would have tied it.
That's gotta frustrate him. He knows he should have made that one.
Yeah, you can't make them all, and you for sure you'll want him taking that kind of shot.
Andre Drummond has been on display for the 76ers. Between his scoring and rebounding, an excellent period. More 2K action in just a moment.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one, as both teams trying to gain an edge. Stephen Curry having a dominant impact in this game.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
Andre Drummond is out there with Joel Embiid. Then there's George. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in a 2-guard. That's the group in the game for the 76ers.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. Grant, when you talk about consistency and officiating game to game, you think there's room for improvement?
You know, I do think so. I mean, they're allowing more contact, but overall, more clarity on what constitutes legal guarding position would help players and officials.
Here's Payton. Philadelphia getting their last shot to go. High arcing shot, and he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. First trip to the line for him here. The first free throw is good. Looney's checked in for Green. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. The 76ers shooting the ball at 48% so far. Drummond to screen on Butler. For three, George knocks down the long J. George has got 5.
And George, a volume three-point shooter, he possesses outstanding confidence and leans into that perimeter game.
A great read between those two guys. The defense didn't stand a chance, B.A.
These two teammates right here, Grant, they are connected. Brent, you could hit the 3 back in your day, and here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul. He does not hesitate to ask for a second look.
Slow the action down. But with so many close calls in every game, the NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Let's show some brotherly love to your 76ers youth dance team.
And he knocks down the first one.
You really can't understate the energy Maxey brings to his game. Not just effort level, but his attitude and how that spreads to his guys out there. It's not luck that he's so steady at the line. It's through repetition and hard work.
Outside Curry, uncovered. Rebound by Philadelphia. Drummond's got 8 rebounds in the game. George outside. They double-team George. That's tipped. And it's Jimmy Butler with the foul. That'll be a second foul of the game.
That's his second personal foul. Second team foul.
Here's Drummond. Warriors with the rebound. Payton with it. Guarded now by Maxey. Payton against Maxey. To the inside. Curry passes to Looney. Nice move. Oh, look at Looney at the rim.
Yeah, undersized guys with athleticism do these kind of things, playing above the rim. Love to see him get up like that.
Here's Maxey. The Sixers with another miss. The Warriors have gotten 3 of 4 shots to fall so far in the third. Oh, deflected. George with a steal. Inside. Oh, Embiid imposing his will.
I love the confidence Embiid plays with, especially this close to the rim.
Payton passes to Curry. The 3 is up. He hits again. 7 for 13 and looking confident.
He just takes advantage of the D in a way that very few players playing today can do.
3-pointer Embiid. Oh, Embiid knocking it down from downtown.
And both teams running long-range plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line. And I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
Curry, no good. Philadelphia leading by 3. Maxey passes to Drummond. Oh, he drains it. His 6th making 9 tries so far.
And there are these nights where Andre Drummond just gets it going and feels unstoppable.
Curry, no good. For Philadelphia, they've gotten 5 of 7 attempts in the third quarter. Damn, that one's good. And it's a 7-point 76ers lead.
His nimbleness makes him a unique threat at the rim.
Pass to Looney to end the run. And Looney with the slam.
Just a big play at this juncture of the game. Second chance points could be the key for them.
Impressive effort right there. That's what they need to mount a comeback. To the wing, right side. Here's Drummond. He's defended by Looney. Now here's Embiid. Tight defense on him. Drummond. And the jam by Drummond.
And Drummond just rising up. Gets on top of the defense.
On the wing, Curry. Looney, a screen on Maxey. Curry passes to Looney. It's stolen by Drummond. Fast break, Philadelphia. Here's Maxey. Count that one. He's now 5 for 8.
And Maxey is especially dangerous in these situations. When he has room to run, good luck stopping him.
Back to Butler. Pass to Payton. Curry looking it over. Outside Butler. Looney, a screen on George. The kick out, Curry. And we've reached the end of the third. Philadelphia on top, leading by 9. And when we return, we'll get the fourth. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist to the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Well, a great job with the eyes. And what separates great playmakers, as we note, is peripheral vision.
Fourth quarter action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. On the floor for the Warriors. Butler out there with Trace Jackson-Davis. Then there's Gary Payton II. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Looney in at the 5. Maxey against Curry. The 3. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Embiid's got 6 rebounds in the game. Maxey passes to George. Curry with a steal. He's got a clear path. Curry takes it in. And he lays it in on the break. Curry's got 21.
Yeah, nothing short of explosive. Curry taking it away and finishing the break by himself.
Who poked away. Back to Payton. A few possessions into the fourth. Just over a minute played.
The pass, the catch, the slam. What a clean play.
And absolutely jaw-dropping. Maxey finds Drummond. Over to the left wing. Drummond with the screen. Three-pointer Embiid. They get it again. They shoot again. Fires from deep. Looney grabs a miss.
Well, even though he misses that one, the defense has got to talk about that. That's a bad miscue, and you can't give up looks like that all game long.
The Sixers lead by 5. To the paint. Grimes' shot is off. The Warriors have gotten half of their attempts to fall in the fourth. 2 for 4 now. Payton against Maxey. Left side Payton. Clock at 6. Back to Curry. Pass to Payton. Golden State needs to get off a shot. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation.
Sixers ball.
Philadelphia's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Here's Grimes. Three-pointer Embiid. Offensive rebound. Launches a 3. Oh, Embiid showing the range here.
And we know Embiid has this kind of touch from deep. Nice triple.
Curry passes to Looney. It's stolen by Drummond. And they're on the break. A nice shot by Grimes. And now a 10-point Philadelphia lead. And guys, what do you think about the hustle stats for the 76ers?
Well, their D has been a major story tonight. I mean, those steals and putting pressure on the ball, clogging the passing lanes, impressive.
Well, if we add another thing to it, it's about the urgency they've played with. I mean, you look at the eyes of these guys. They're focused, wanting to get up tempo. That's helped them score on the fast break.
And count that. 2 points and a chance for one more at the line.
Yeah, just an outstanding find by Maxey. More than willing to give it up to open teammates.
We've got 1:48 left to play in the fourth quarter. Outside Curry. The 3-ball. Rebound by the 76ers. Embiid's got rebound number 7 tonight. Pass to Drummond. Embiid, a screen on Payton. Knocked loose. Oh, it's stolen by Butler. Outside Peyton. There's a minute 12 left in the fourth quarter. 5 to shoot. Back to Curry. Here's the three. And a great assist by Butler as that one goes. Curry's got 7 points here in the quarter.
No way he's going to pass that shot up. The D is way too far back and relaxed in getting out on him.
Three-pointer Embiid. Hauled in by Curry. All by himself. Back to Jackson Davis. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up. It's going to go on Paul George. So the first one drops, and that narrows the gap to 7.
Trace Jackson Davis. 2 shots.
And a tough break as his second attempt is no good at the line.
And trying to cut into this deficit, tough to leave any points on the table.
Here's Embiid. Lets it fly. And it falls all over the rim and in. And the 76ers lead by 9. Pass to Curry. From deep. It's hauled in by the Sixers. Outside Maxey. So this one belongs to the 76ers. This one was a fun one to watch. They were clearly in the driver's seat down the stretch.
They really were, B.A. They played with great intensity on both ends of the floor, and they didn't allow their mistakes to get the better of them.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it.
And getting mentally prepared to compete. You see the focus. Welcome, fans. Thanks for joining us for the well, Doris. Both these teams have the luxury. Of a very deep bench.
No doubt, Kevin. A lot of talent on both rosters. What that means is the defenses need to be active and aware even when substitutions are made, because the next basket can come from absolutely any guy on the floor.
Let's check out Indiana's starting lineup. Ryan is out there with Miles Turner. Then it's Pascal Siakam. Then there's Toppin. And it's Halliburton in at the 1 spot. Drummond in the post. Ryan's there. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
I think of Andre Drummond as a big man's big man. He's a steadfast presence in the paint who really focuses on owning the backboard and attacking the rim.
On the Pacers' doors last season, trading for Pascal Siakam to complement this hungry team.
And Kevin, it's important in a couple of ways. First of all, he's a 2-time All-Star who's got a championship pedigree. The other part of this is Indiana is an equal opportunity offense, so they want to share the basketball. But Pascal brings individual playmaking and shot making, and sometimes that's a must-have in this league.
Here's Halliburton. 76ers getting the bucket. And Siakam has it in the corner. Inside, here's Bryant. That shot, no good. Good D by Drummond. And stolen by Bryant. Pass to Toppin. Back to Bryant. No one near Turner as he lets it go. That's good, and it's Bryant with the assist.
I'll tell you, for a big man with his length, Miles Turner shoots it well from deep. This guy outstanding at spacing the floor.
And George kicks to Embiid. George with the screen on Toppin. Embiid inside the line. And all around the rim that time before dropping in.
Just reliable, guys. He's just always trying to make the right play.
Here's Halliburton. And Philadelphia grabs the miss. Here's Grimes. Pass to Embiid. Now Drummond. Halliburton with the steal. Knocked loose. George with the steal. Maxey with it. Halliburton picks him up.
Well, the length of Paul George, creating opportunities for his team. He covers an awful lot of ground with that wingspan.
And Toppin throws it down.
There is an imagination, a creativity. This guy's passing drives the offense.
And it's sent back by Turner. Pushing it up. Here's Halliburton. That one's in. His first bucket of the game. He's 1 for 2.
Yeah, give Halliburton credit for staying with the play. You've got to be able to fend off that defense and still finish.
The Pacers have gotten 4 of 6 field goal attempts to drop in the first quarter. This team has handed a lot of responsibility to Tyrese Maxey, but Greg, he's lived up to it.
And has grown very well into his role with the team. Shown that he can be a scorer all over the floor. Amazing to think how far he's come in such a short amount of time.
Grimes with the bucket.
Boy, you love to see this level of awareness from a big like Drummond. How about that feed to his teammate?
And with an update from the sideline, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Sixers have their superstar in Joel Embiid, but Coach Nick Nurse says they have to maximize him in different ways. Nurse said unpredictability is the key. You have to relieve some of the pressure. Guys are overplaying and sending multiple players at him. We have to find easy baskets out of it. Kevin?
Makes a lot of sense, David. Thank you.
Absolutely tenacious guys. Stuck right on him defensively, bothered that shot.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. And it's sent back by Drummond.
Twice in the pipe, send him back, Andre Drummond.
And Drummond throws it down.
And guys, he's not an easy man to stop when he's got the rim in his sights.
Never has been, never will be. He is a determined finisher. And it's Bryant missing.
Well, the defense flat out awful right there, and he couldn't punish them for their mistake.
George passes to Drummond. And Drummond throws it down.
Boy, the defense has no answer for Andre Drummond. That's what we call emphatic finish.
Maxey with it. Halliburton picks him up. Embiid with the screen on Halliburton. Maxey passes to Embiid. Maxey against Halliburton. Back to Embiid. Pocket 6. Traps in the tray. Embiid's got 5 now.
Come on. Joel Embiid. I mean, 7-footers are not supposed to shoot like that.
2 free throws coming up, and they call this. And here we go with the coach's challenge. Surprise in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast.
There will be a 2-minute review to the flag.
Wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge.
After the review, the ruling on the floor is overturned.
And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in air. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Now, here's Maxey. That shot off the mark. No good. Shot missing. The basket's coming early and often in the first quarter. 76ers. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. All right, well, a look at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for Philadelphia.
So far, they've moved the ball well, leading to open, high-percentage looks. Lots of assists in this one.
Another big component of their early game tonight has been points off turnovers. Great job converting on those chances.
Joel Embiid out there with George. Then there's Andre Drummond. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard position. That's the group for Philadelphia to start this second quarter. And it's George finishing it off.
Oh, yes, sir. PJ making it look easy.
And so it's Turner with it. He brings it up for the Indiana Pacers. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Did the ground move from underneath us? Andre Drummond bringing the power off the finish.
Pass to Toppin. Siakam outside. And the 3 off target. The 76ers leading by 4. Here's George. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It's going to be on Obi Toppin.
Push the action a little bit. Paul George right now challenging defenders to stop it.
You've seen, Doris, Paul George's journey from role player to MVP candidate.
There's a reason, Kevin, Paul George is one of the most emulated players in the league with young people. His game is so well-rounded, and maybe his best attribute is his adaptability. Paul George is equally comfortable either being the lead man, or if need be, he can play with 2 or 3 other stars and still be effective. Really incredible.
Here's Embiid. Pass to Grimes. Now George. 5 points in the game. Back to Drummond. Halliburton with the steal. 3 on 3 for 3. Siakam. He is hauled in by Paul George. Here's Grimes. He's covered by Halliburton. Here's Maxey. Hits it from 3-point range. Maxey's got the lead up to 6 now for the 76ers.
Take your focus off Maxey for 1 second, and he will let it fly from out there.
Pass to Bryant. Shot clock at 5. In the corner, it's Toppin. Indiana needs to get a shot off. Bryant can't get it to go.
He couldn't believe how open he was. He just couldn't convert it.
And it's Drummond missing. Pacers trail by 6.
76ers foul. Quentin Grimes. That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Bryant with a screen for Siakam. Bangs home the trifecta. Siakam's got 5.
This is a guy with size and range. You cannot let Pascal Siakam get those kinds of looks from deep.
Here's Drummond, and Drummond throws it down.
Oh, why, dunk you very much.
He can really fly, and you combine that, Greg, with some nice penetration, too, and you've got 2 points. Now, here's Halliburton. He's got 6. Pass to Bryant. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. Drummond's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Maxey kicks to Embiid. To the wing right side. Drummond passes to George. Off target with his 3. Pacers trail by 5. Knocked away. Topping with it. George picks him up. And it's Paul George with the foul. That's his first foul.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
Turner finds Siakam. Bryant with a screen for Siakam. To the inside. And the dunk by Bryant.
Well, just showing great agility in the pick and roll. Thomas Bryant just being decisive right now.
George dishes to Drummond. Back to George. To the left side wing. Lets it go from deep. Kicks it out to Maxey. 34 seconds left to play here in the second quarter. Outside for George. Clock at 2. Shoots over Turner. They get it back. Maxey passes to Embiid. Outside, George. Back to Embiid. They shoot again. Physical play by Embiid inside.
It's just so tough to knock Embiid off the block. That's his territory.
Pass to Bryant. Misses off the right eye.
Boy, a miss like that will drive any scorer crazy, especially with the defender giving a cushion.
And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. 76ers on top. All right, thank you, David. And folks, don't go away after the break. We'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. Andre Drummond has been sensational.
Well, it didn't take him long to get that double-double. Already has it halfway through the game.
That takes a level of aggression and a level of focus, and he has brought it all night thus far.
And so in the game for the Pacers. Miles Turner out there with Thomas Bryant. Then there's Obi Toppin. Then it's Pascal Siakam. And it's Halliburton in at the 1.
You know what? Tried to step in and cut him off, but just didn't get there quick enough.
Indiana on D. Trailing by 5. Oh, and the jam by Drummond.
Well, Andre Drummond lets the defense know there is nothing to be done with him on that one.
Takes it out to Siakam. Turner with a screen for Siakam. Bryant, it's a wide open look. Off target from outside. Philadelphia leading by 7. Maxey into the lane. George with no one around. Good on the triple. George has got 8. Where there's a lot of emphasis on three-point shooting, Greg. What's your opinion of that?
Well, Kevin, you know, stretching the D isn't just about how far out they have to defend. It's the distance between that and how far in you have to defend. That's why analytics favors shots at the rim and from distance.
Drummond working against Bryant, and George kicks to Drummond. 6 to shoot. Three-pointer by Embiid. It's rebounded by Bryant. Bryant's got 4 rebounds now tonight. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. You got for us, D.A.?
Kevin, thank you. Tyrese Maxey has stepped up into a starring role with the 76ers. He says these guys have the ultimate confidence in me, all the way from the organization down to the players. So I can just go out there and be aggressive, play my game, even through mistakes. It's all part of extraordinary growth for the guard. Kevin?
EA thanks. He is rewarding their faith. And I love his statement on growth. He's always looking to expand. The big man Embiid converts inside.
And right there, Embiid showing he's just too big and too skilled to stop.
The specter of injury seems to always loom over Paul George's career, Doris.
But, Kevin, I think it's very hard for Paul George fans to take out of their mind completely that gruesome injury he suffered. But we've got to give this young man a ton of credit. He has managed his play and his health to a very high level and still one of the most gifted players this game has seen.
Siakam, right side. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Here's Maxey. Plays it up and in on the nice reverse. And now it's an 11-point 76ers lead. And Halliburton's got the ball here for Indiana. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That'll be his second foul of the game. And Indiana making a change here. Bradley's checked in.
Number 13.
Halliburton deciding where to go with it.
2 minutes remaining in the game.
And foul on the shots. He'll get a chance at the line. Seems like every time, Greg, we see Tyrese Halliburton, he's wearing a big smile on his face.
Talk about a guy who just loves this game. Halliburton is such an enthusiastic player, and that positive attitude really infects his entire team.
The way he's shooting free throws tonight, you simply don't want to put him there.
Embiid kicks to Drummond. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
Well, that's just an excellent possession from this team. When you set up Andre Drummond down low, you're going to either take contact, get to the foul line, score it. So productive inside.
And a wide open look for Siakam. And that one off the back of the rim and in. And that's now 7 points for Siakam. Embiid inside. Turner covering. Here's Drummond. Kicks it out to Maxey. Sinks the triple. Maxey's got the lead up to 11 now for the 76ers.
And one of the many ways Maxey can hurt you with his shooting, lightning fast on that release.
Halliburton for three. And Embiid pulls it down. For Philadelphia, they've gone 6 of 8 on field goal attempts in the third. A 75% clip.
Oh, nice shot by Maxey. He is definitely a three-level guy.
Maxey against Halliburton. And stolen by Maxey. It's 3-on-3 on the fast break. Here's George. Drummond. You know what? They battled on the glass, but couldn't knock it down. Pacers trail by 13. Halliburton outside. Here's Turner. It's hauled in by the 76ers. There's 25 seconds left to play here in the third. Maxey passes to Grimes. Charity swipe shot. They get it again, and it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Embiid. Here's Halliburton. He's got 13. Fires away from outside. And once again off the mark by Indiana. And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. And now let's go back to a play from earlier as we show you our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, an easy choice tonight. Look at the precision on this pass. Put it on a platter for him.
And when you're the beneficiary of a pass that good, you better deliver, and he did just that.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. Paul George is out there with Embiid. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. Then there's Andre Drummond. And it's Grimes in at the 2 spot. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Pacers trail by 13. Here's Siakam. Andre Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got rebound number 13 with that last one. Embiid from outside. And the 76ers get it back. Beyond the arc. Count it, number 5 from the floor this game. He's now 5 of 11.
And Embiid being assertive offensively, wasting no time in getting that one. And that's a little lack of fight at the defensive end.
Absolutely. At least on that slam, you're right. That's one way to let a team back in the game.
Right, you could see on that possession, one side playing with a little desperation, the other side losing focus.
And it's denied. Sent back by Siakam. Pass to Halliburton. That's his 6th field goal today, and that makes him now 6 for 11.
When Halliburton gets this close to the cup, he's got that little teardrop. Very tough to stop it.
Maxey kicks to George. Kicks it out to Maxey. Back to George. From deep. Outside, Maxey. Embiid with it. 5 to shoot. Kicks it out to Maxey. Outside, George. Pass to Grimes. Good ball movement here by the 76ers. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Pacers ball.
Pacers trail by 12. And stolen by Maxey. From outside the arc, drills the three-pointer. Maxey's got 12 points here in the second half. Let's look at the energy stats, how the hustle game has been going for the 76ers.
I like their defense tonight, and we don't talk about that side of the ball enough. You can really change a game when you get a bunch of steals and get out in transition.
They've also been scoring on the break. With how difficult it is to get buckets in the half court, anytime you can push the ball in transition for easy ones, that's big time.
Here's Siakam. Drains the 19-footer.
That's why they call him Spicy P, cooking up a mid-range J. Go ahead, Pascal.
Out to the right wing. It's rebounded by Indiana.
And typically he has the touch to finish when he's in tight, but not sure on that possession.
Outside Turner fires from deep. That falls. Nice feed that time from Halliburton. Halliburton's got 3 assists in the game. In the corner, George with it. Maxey kicks to George. The 76ers with another miss.
Boy, a wide open shot from his favorite spot. That is one he'd like to have back.
Here's Bradley. Had a chance there to cut it to single digits, but it's off target. The 76ers leading by 10. No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. That 3 off the mark.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Bradley can't get it to go. Philadelphia shooting reasonably well, 45%. A three-pointer is right on target. And the 76ers lead by 13.
And clearly, we will not be witnessing a spirited comeback tonight, albeit as exciting as that would be. This was an excellent all-around performance for the 76ers.
They had to battle for this win. There were times when it looked like it was maybe slipping away a bit, but they they never let that happen, which I thought was a real credit to them.
And that's a product of their mental toughness. Anytime the flow of the game turned against them, instead of caving, they just dialed it up a notch and were able to pull away.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Andre Drummond.
Boy, I thought his best work was his pursuit of the basketball. He competed for every rebound, fought for position in the paint, and never stopped working. I love it.
Shot clock at 6. The 76ers need to get off a shot. Butler with the ball, and it's Toppin picking him up.
Indiana ball.
We've got 33 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Halliburton count the basket.
That's just good awareness from Toppin, willing to get it to the open guy immediately. Love the unselfishness.
Butler against Halliburton. Outside Butler. Pass to McCain. 5 on the clock. Launches from deep. The shot will not fall. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. David, thank you as always. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Dorisburg, David All.
On the floor.
And Grant, having a lengthy bench, so important in the NBA.
It really is. I mean, there's always the risk of guys getting hurt throughout the season. So the teams know the value of having a very deep rotation, and they make the most of their bench, which is smart.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. The perimeter pair, it's White and Brown. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. And it's Holiday in at the point. Brown can't hit. Here's Maxey to the left wing. Here's Grimes, defended by Brown. Grimes, the pass to Maxey. Shot clock at 5. Late clock, the Sixers need to put one up here. Grimes' shot is off. And it's the Celtics ball. It's a 3-point game. White, good.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
About a minute into this first quarter, and coach, a perennial all-defense performer, Drew Holiday, fearsome at that end of the floor in particular.
Yeah, Brian, he's as good a defensive guard as there is. Great size and strength at the point guard spot. You combine that with his IQ and his competitive will, he is a problem on a nightly basis.
They grab their own miss. The kick out to Maxey. Pulled the shot a little left. The bounce goes his way, though. Maxey's got 5.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm. Well, and even though he couldn't get that one to fall, that's a shot they want him taking.
Embiid from outside. Boston pulls it in. Outside White. It's stolen by Maxey. They're running. Ahead. Here's Embiid. Finished off the break.
Good fast-paced play there. It's much easier to find a shot when you beat the defense back.
Three-pointer Holiday. It's not going to go for him. The 76ers have gone 3 of 6 from the floor. Maxey. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
While Maxey is an elite shooter, Tyrese is at his best using his speed going downhill.
Holiday against Maxey. White for 3. Joel Embiid with the board. Philadelphia leading by 4. Grimes, the pass to Maxey. Connects from downtown. 10 points for him.
And they're building up steam, getting out in front and trying not to look back.
Well, look, we've seen that no lead is safe these days. You got to keep scoring and extending that margin.
Pure from 3-point range.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Now here's George. Here's Drummond. And the jam by Drummond.
Well, that's about as high percentage of look as Drummond's going to get. Nice job inside.
And it's Tatum missing. Now the 76ers with it. They're on an 11-3 run. One thing you can say about Boston, Grant, they know how to put a team together.
Yeah, the Celtics' consistency of winning is just impressive, both now and throughout their entire history. They are really the gold standard in this league, and it's mostly because of great draft picks and great trades.
All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
A new day. The Spurs' Victor Wembanyama said a few years back it was more of a guards game, but now it's come back to a big men's game. We've got guys all around the league who do a lot of stuff despite being very tall. It's the way the game changes. You just have to adapt. Brian, the gauntlet has been thrown.
And I like him. Good stuff, Allie. Thank you. Now here's Maxey. 13 points in the game. Pass to Drummond. Out to the right wing. Drummond with the screen. Embiid from outside. Boston pulls it in. A chance at a 2-for-1.
You have to find ways to use the clock to your advantage.
Brown looking around to the middle. The kick out to White. He shoots. Again, Boston.
Well, the defense can't lose track of him. He's just too talented offensively.
And Maxey, here we go. Tipped.
How about the defense from Holiday? Reading the play and using his defensive instincts to swat it back.
We've got 22 seconds left in the first. Here's Grimes. He's guarded by White. Philadelphia shooting their first shots from the stripe in this game.
Second team foul.
The first free throw is good.
At the line for your Sixers, Quentin Grimes.
Second free throw, no good. Outside, Brown. Drummond grabs the miss. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Drummond. Well, we've seen some great shots in the first quarter. No shortage of offense. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. All right, guys, what's your take on the Sixers so far?
Well, they've used the fast break well to score easy points and keep the defense unsettled.
Yeah, they've dictated the pace to this point, looking to run at every opportunity.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the 5. Gets the 3 to fall. Maxey's got 16 points now.
And just so good at playing at high speed. Maxey gets the ball and takes the fast shot.
Holiday passes to Tatum. Embiid with a steal. George against Brown. George's shot is off. Celtics trail by 8. Here's the break. Tatum passes to Brown. Knocked away.
Reading the trajectory of that shot, he anticipated the big rebound.
And Maxey gets it to go on the assist by George. George has got 5 assists in the game. Hey, strong move, Tatum.
And watch how Tatum navigates the contact. Just one of the many go-to moves for him in the paint.
Maxey passes to George. Drummond, the screen on Holiday. Pass to Drummond. Maxey against Holiday. Drummond passes to Maxey. Now here's Embiid. Shot clock at 6. Fires the 3. It's rebounded by Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
White, the pass to Brown. Here's Holiday. George defending. Tatum, a screen on George. And he lobs it up to Jason Tatum! Go up and get it! And Stan, you got into coaching right after college. When did you know you wanted to be a coach?
Brian, that's easy. As soon as I figured out that I didn't have much of a future as a player, I knew I wanted to stay involved in the game. I wanted to coach.
And it's out of bounds. The Sixers able to retain possession here. Boston on D. They trail by 6. Pass to Embiid from deep. Boston pulls it in.
He came out today planning to do as much damage from three-point range as possible. Well, it looks like it's time to change up the plan, guys.
Here's Maxey. And the big dunk at the end of the break.
And Maxey is especially dangerous in these situations. When he has room to run, good luck stopping him.
Out of bounds. It'll be Philadelphia's ball.
I don't know what the heck happened there. That's just a careless turnover.
And Maxey's got the ball here for the 76ers. Drummond, the screen on Holiday. Drains the triple. Maxey's got 23.
Just incredible. I mean, he's really making it rain out there, knocking them down one after another.
Well, what I love about his three-point shooting is the spacing that he's adding. It makes things a lot easier for everyone else.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Drummond. Holiday grabs the miss.
A rare miss for him at point-blank range. That's one he'd like to have back.
White can't hit. Philadelphia leading by 8. And, Coach, you look at Derek White, maybe not the biggest name, but he is a winning player.
Yeah, Brian, he's one of the most underrated players in the league. He's got a great feel for the game at both ends of the court. He is tremendously solid across the board.
And you got to give Paul George credit for his mental toughness. There's always lots of chatter out there, but he tunes it out and just focuses on his game.
Now here's Brown. No made baskets yet. Outside Tatum. Takes a three. Paul George pulls down the board. George has got 4 rebounds now. Oh! Embiid packs it down.
At 7 feet tall, Embiid looks to dunk often, especially when he's got good position.
Outside White. Three-pointer Holiday. On target from range. Holiday's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Maxey surveys from behind the arc. Rebounded by the Celtics. There's 38 seconds left to play in the first half. Porzingis. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. And it's Maxey missing.
Defensive breakdown there, and they got lucky. He's not going to miss too many of those.
Oh, stolen by Embiid. Out left to the wing. Pass to Maxey. Embiid, a screen on Holiday. For 3, Maxey knocks down the triple. Maxey's got 26 points.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. You must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless, building this lead in every way possible.
And just wasn't able to set up in time.
This is his first trip to the free throw line tonight. Both free throws good from Maxey.
We expect nothing less. He's generally been very good at the line.
What a performance for Tyrese Maxey. He has been the story for the 76ers. He dropped 3 threes in that quarter. They haven't found an answer. Thanks very much, Allie. We'll be back soon to start the second half of basketball.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fans half-court shot drum roll. They're thinking about the shot.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be. Without question, Tyrese Maxey displaying all his skills today.
I like how they control the tempo and play to his strengths.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
Joel Embiid is out there with Paul George. Then it's Andre Drummond. Then there's Tyrese Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2. That's the group in the game for the 76ers.
Just money from the line. Tatum knows the importance of making free throws.
Holiday against Maxey. Pass to Drummond. Outside Maxey. 6 on the shot clock. And here's Embiid. And they forced the shot clock violation. Great D.
Boston ball.
Celtics trail by 11. Porzingis with a screen on Embiid. And the foul called on Paul George. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
Here's Holiday. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. Well, Brad, you were an excellent defender in your day. So who was the toughest player you had to guard?
Well, there were so many great players. Michael, LeBron. But let's talk about the late, great Kobe Bryant. I mean, he really had no weaknesses. And even if you defended him perfectly, there's a good chance he can still make the shot.
For 3, Maxey fires in the triple. Maxey's got 31 points.
I mean, talk about spacing out a defense. Maxey can get to the cup at will and can also hit from well beyond the arc.
And he buries that one. Back rim and in. Philadelphia leading by 10. Here's Grimes. Drummond with the screen. Grimes, the pass to Drummond. Inside. And Drummond with the jam.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish. Holiday passes to Porzingis. Outside Tatum. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. It's going to go on Andre Drummond.
Kind of a devious move by Tatum, pulling the defender in where he wants him.
You know, Grant, in interviews, Jason Tatum often seems understated and soft-spoken, but that's just him, isn't it?
That's true, B.A. Tatum has a quiet confidence about him. He doesn't feel the need to be loud or act out. He lets his work on the court do all the talking for him.
Pass to Drummond. Lets the 3 fly. Boston pulls it in. Now the Celtics on the move. And Tatum flying in for the fast break delivery.
That's good hustle. Tatum beating several guys up the floor, putting himself in a position to contribute. And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half.
Well done on the glass. Gets himself in position where he can use his size.
And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
Embiid against Tatum with the fadeaway. Hits the rim on the way in, and the bucket is good. Embiid's got his 3rd basket on the night right there.
Yeah, this is what sets Embiid apart from other bigs. That mid-range game is on point.
Embiid against Tatum. Back to Brown. Outside Tatum. Brown, a screen on Embiid. Leans from outside. Tatum can't hit.
When you're that open, do you really need to go with the leader?
2 minutes.
From outside the arc. Pass to Embiid. George, a screen on Brown. Embiid passes to George. Porzingis grabs the board.
You can hear him sputtering all the way over here. He knows he should have knocked that one down.
And finished off by Tatum.
What a pass and what a slam. Tatum finishing off a pretty alley-oop.
The kick out to Maxey. Boston pulls it in. Outside Tatum. Pass to White. Can't get it to go. Making him 5 for 10 now. For 3, Maxey. And the 3-pointer goes. Maxey's got 6 here in the quarter.
And that's a tough shot to defend when Maxey pops up out of nowhere.
The kick out to White. Here's Brown. Tatum passes to Brown. Lets it go. Philadelphia grabs the miss. Embiid's got his 6th rebound on the night. Pass to Drummond. And Porzingis with the block.
Got to be careful shooting around Porzingis. His length is so capable of erasing shots.
Another shot. And Drummond with the lay-in. Drummond's got 6.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
Holiday passes to Porzingis. Now Tatum from the high post. And the jumper is good. 17 points in the game.
You're calling Tatum a capable scorer would be an understatement. He is an elite offensive talent.
Pass to Embiid from deep 3-point land. That shot off.
I know that he has the ability and confidence to sink that shot. But better luck next time, maybe.
That's one of those heat check shots.
And as we end the 3rd quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Philadelphia on top, up by 11. And fourth quarter basketball will be coming your way on 2K Sports right after this. And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. And a look at the 5 for the Celtics to start the fourth quarter. The two Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Three-pointer Holiday. Kept alive.
The rebounding numbers make it obvious why they're in front.
Well, the rebounding battle tells the story. There's a big gap between them right now.
Pass to Grimes. Embiid, a screen on White. Grimes. Back to Embiid. 4 on the clock. Here's Grimes from the arc. There's the 3. Here's the 3. That one's in there. Drummond with the assist. And the 76ers lead by 16.
They are unconscious from outside. And so far, the defense has had no answer.
Look, when the 3 is falling like this, there's not a whole lot you can do defensively. Well, you like the competitive mindset there, trying to answer right back. It just didn't fall.
Maxey, that's good.
Well, it's easy to see why they continue to call his number. He's delivered, and he's the leading scorer in this game.
Here's Brown. The kick to Tatum. White for 3. Drummond grabs the miss. The Sixers lead by 18. Maxey on the wing. Defended by Porzingis. Porzingis against Maxey. Goes back up. Count the basket. Maxey's got 38 points.
And he's such a unique talent at both ends. Embiid with the vision that time.
Boy, they need something to go to regain some confidence.
No question. Way too many empty possessions for them. Slow reaction from the D, and it cost them 3.
And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way. It's on Drew Holiday.
And just a very well-built guard. You know, Maxey is so hard to slow down around the rim.
Both free throws good from Maxey. Stan, you've coached some great defensive anchors in your time. Who do you view as the best in the game today?
Well, Brian, you probably have to start with Rudy Gobert, but we've got guys like Brook Lopez, Jaren Jackson, Anthony Davis, and then we've got 2 young ones coming up that could be as good as we've seen in Wemby and Chet Holmgren.
All right, guys, what do you think about the hustle stats for the 76ers?
Well, all you can ask for is your guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
And also, attacking in transition has been working for them. I mean, credit them for running the break well and being opportunistic.
George passes to Embiid. Back to George. The kick out to Maxey. To the left side wing. And Philadelphia hits again from deep.
And they're refusing to take a break, even with a nice lead. They just continue to attack. You have to love it.
Yeah, to put together this kind of performance at both ends of the floor on the road, it's impressive.
And let's face it, this one was never really in question. They came out with purpose and just overwhelmed the opposition. A great win for the 76ers.
And everything seemed to go their way today. They were firing on all cylinders, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., this was the kind of performance you relish as a player. Just a very impressive win.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, and I loved his attitude tonight. He really had that scorer's mentality. Absolutely no one was stopping him.
Brown finds White. Back to Brown. Outside Holiday. White for 3. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Maxey against Holiday. Drummond with the ball. Fires for three. Jaylen Brown with a rebound.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
White, the pass to Holiday. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window.
Yeah, in the paint, Holiday's agility makes him tough to contain. He just needs a little space to go to work.
And Holiday powers it home.
Talk about taking advantage of the opportunity.
How about the anticipation right there that led to the steal? Then he goes straight to the bucket.
Turning great defense into great offense. That's the kind of stop you're looking for.
Another shot right in the lane. That's been their MO this evening.
So no problem for Philadelphia as they get the win. They didn't have too many.
is it for these teams to possess it?
Yeah, especially with the amount of injuries we see happen every season. It's so critical that teams have players that are ready to step up and produce. It really allow you to not have to change the way you play.
Let's check out Indiana's starting lineup. Siakam is out there with Walker. Then it's Turner. Then there's Toppin. And it's Bradley in at the 5, down low. And the dunk by Porzingis.
Yeah, textbook positioning there for Porzingis. Once he's established it, he's going to have the advantage and able to finish that one above the rim.
Now, here's Toppin. Walker finds Siakam. Turner with a screen on White. Back to Walker for 3. Rebounded by the Celtics. Holiday with it. Now guarded by Siakam. White. Pascal Siakam grabs the miss. GA, these Boston Celtics are unquestionably a top-tier offensive unit.
Stupendous shooting, excellent instincts with the ball. Yeah, they are a model offense in many ways, making it tough for many teams to keep up with them.
A shot by Holiday. Nobody around. His three-pointers off the mark. And here are the Pacers now. And this group reaching a major milestone this season, notching their 50th win in their last game.
Hey, you love to ensure a winning season, and most NBA teams, even great ones, consider this a major accomplishment.
Now Tatum following the three-point attempt. Whoa, look out! Goodness. Look out!
Okay, I see you. Oh, mercy. Jason Tatum is a bad man.
Turner with a screen on Holiday. There's Walker with the 3. It's good from long range.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
White the pass to Holiday. Pulls up. And it's Bradley with the rebound. The Pacers have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. To Walker. Six on the shot clock. Plenty of space. And Tatum pulls it down.
I'm trying to think of the last time I saw him miss a shot like that. It's been a while.
From downtown, and White the bucket on the assist by Tatum.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thanks. Jaylen Brown has put it all together. He said, I'm figuring out my spots to be aggressive, that's in my DNA, but also showing how I've grown. Being a great screener, delivering passes on time and on target. That's important to being a great teammate. I'm focused on being a better basketball player. Kevin?
Yeah, and he's a smart one too, right, David? He is something else. Outstanding stuff, DA, as always. Holiday dishes to Tatum. To Porzingis. And here in the first quarter, with a little over 3.5 minutes played.
And check out Porzingis being sly with the pump fake there, pulling his man in close.
It's his first trip to the line.
Yeah, it's good to see him with his free throw percentage up over 80.
He hits both from the stripe.
And it's been a really good day for him at the line. Some other bigs have well-documented problems on their free throws. He's not one of them.
Now, here's Siakam. Nothing on the board. Drops in the tray.
Yeah, you got to get out on that. Siakam demonstrating that ability to hurt you from beyond.
Tatum against Bradley. Tatum kicks to Holiday. The kick out to Brown. Busted. No good that time either. Pacers trail by 8. Taken away by Holiday. And here comes White, leading the fast break. Here's Porzingis. Goes straight through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul. He'll go to the line. It's going to be on Obi Toppin. The Celtics have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2. And Greg, we know the Pacers have to improve defensively. But Where do they start?
Candidly, Kevin, I feel like they're too soft. Giving up offensive rebounds, cheap fouls, they've got to be tougher mentally and physically, especially on the interior.
Buries it from three-point range.
Rise and fires. This is Siakam's attitude off the catch. And with these results, you understand why.
Holiday, the pass to Tatum. 19 seconds left in the first. Porzingis kicks to Tatum. Clock at 6. The kick out to Brown. Wow, came this close to a 4-point play. He'll head to the line for 3 free throws.
Love the aggression from Brown. A tough cover for any defender out there.
And he sinks the second. And he can't make it 3 for 3. Siakam left side. And so it's Boston with a 10-point lead. Some breathing room heading into the break. And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. And look at how the hustle game has been going for Boston.
Showing their energy so far, sprinting up and down the floor, getting out in transition and taking advantage.
And you can't turn it over against this team. That's a recipe for disaster, and we're seeing the results of that.
And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. And it's Porzingis in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Celtics. Now here's White. Holiday finds Brown. Out to Porzingis. From outside, off the mark. And Halliburton's got the ball here for the Pacers. It's a 10-point game. Siakam misses.
Definitely a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look.
Here's Brown. And it's Bradley with the rebound.
Look, I'll give him an A for effort for trying to dunk through the defense, but maybe he should ease up on that one just.
Oh, showing his power. Pascal busts through the defense for that one.
Here's Tatum. Following the basket by Pascal Siakam. Pass to White. Tatum on the wing. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
And he didn't punish them for the weak coverage there, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
The Pacers shooting their first free throws. First trip to the line in this one.
And really, the form at the line all season has been terrific. 79% as a team.
And we see dunkers get technical for hanging on the rim, slapping the backboard, or Richard even staring someone down. Should refs let that slide, or is that something they got to pay attention to?
I don't mind the hanging on the rim, the smacking the backboard. I love that aggression. The staring people down, that's something you got to be careful with because that can cause some problems, and we don't want any of those issues on the court.
Now, here's Tatum. 7 points in the game. Holiday gets the bucket.
You got to respect the range of Holiday if you're the D, showing he can hurt you from that area.
Holiday against Halliburton. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
That is just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
And Holiday kicks to Brown. Tatum setting the pick for Brown. Pass to Tatum. Outside Holiday. No good on the triple.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Richard, so many things about Drew Holiday's game we love, but what impresses you most about his game?
Well, I know it's an easy answer, but it's his defense. It's hard to be a feared defender in the modern NBA, Kevin. But Holiday is such a pest at all times on that end of the floor.
And the dunk by Porzingis.
Intelligent play by Tatum, moving the ball to get an open shot.
Inside. It'll go. The Boston lead is cut down to just 8 points with the bucket from Bradley.
Love to see him inside passing like this, as well as guys being on the same page.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Hey, Kevin, Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla has talked about the two J's, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. He says they've been lumped together because they play a similar position, but they don't have to be similar. They've got to be able to express who they are and not constantly be compared to each other. They're not the same. Kevin?
Back, David, remember a couple of years ago, there was some thought that maybe one would be traded. I'm glad they're still together. Holiday finds Tatum. Three-pointer, and Drew Holiday. The bucket on the assist by Tatum. Holiday's got 6 here in this quarter.
And you have to be right up on Holiday. When you're not, he's ready to take those quick shots.
Ooh, what a slam! What a slam!
Gracious. Strong move to the 10, trying to get his guys going.
Hard not to get motivated, GA, right when your teammate makes that kind of play.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
The kick out to Tatum. Inside, Tatum!
Look, this dude is well built, man. He's a specimen. He's 6'8". Look, he's going to score inside if he gets that close.
Pass to Siakam. Shoots over White. That's in, and the Celtic lead is cut down to just 10 points with the bucket from Siakam. Boston's gotten half their shots from three-point range to go down in the second quarter. 3 of 6 from downtown. Tatum dishes to Brown. Holiday the pass to White. No good from outside. Pacers trail by 10. 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Shots good by Turner. Turner's got his first bucket in this one.
A big like Turner, just using that height inside, it's almost a lost art.
Outside Holiday. On the wing, Brown. Holiday against Halliburton. The Celtics working the ball around now. White. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist. Tatum's got 6 assists now in the game.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter.
Thank you, David. And we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime.
24.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. Pascal Siakam, guys, really making a difference here.
Man, he's been running wild on them through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
On the court for Indiana. They've got Siakam. Miles Turner out there with Obi Toppin. Then there's Tyrese Halliburton. And it's Bradley in at the center. And stolen by Tatum. And Tatum with a clear path to the hoop. And there's the big-time jam. He slams it right over Turner.
The two-way game of Tatum is just special.
Here's Halliburton. Bradley kicks to Halliburton. Stolen by Holiday. And an intentional foul right there.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
And for those of you turning in, we're about a minute into the second half. Brown, right side. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday. Brown's got 5 points so far.
Talk about execution on the offensive end. They're leaving nothing on the table right now.
It's caused them to pull away a bit. Let's see if they can keep the train on the track.
And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass. And a fast break now for the Celtics. Tatum kicks to Porzingis. It's White on the wing. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. Pacers trail by 17. And RJ, the combination of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown winning a title together. That's something else.
There was some small talk going around about breaking them up. Good thing for the Celtic front office, they kept them both. In their first 7 seasons as a duo, they have 5 trips to the conference finals. That is a ridiculous run.
Halliburton against Holiday. Will it go? Halliburton, no good.
Boy, you can just see the frustration growing on their faces. Nothing going their way.
In a major drought, need to find some sort of momentum.
And the dunk by Brown.
There's that leaping ability. Brown, he just gets up so easy.
Holiday against Halliburton. Siakam outside. And the 3 off target.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
It's Brown with the drive. Richard, when you talk about Jaylen Brown, many scouts felt he'd never be a #1 level option offensively. But he's proven some people wrong.
Kevin, many scouts have been wrong many times. The question has been answered. He wasn't a great shooter when he first came into the league, and his ball handling also needed to improve. But now, both of those are strengths in his game.
And there's the foul. It's on Jaylen Brown. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Celtics on D. They've only allowed 2 points so far here in the second half. Halliburton outside. Stolen by Holiday.
Good anticipation defensively. See the pass coming and manages to snatch it. Run it.
And it's White missing.
2 minutes remaining.
For Indiana, they've gone only 1 of 6 in the field in the third quarter. Not how they pictured the half started. Toppin kicks to Bradley. Back to Toppin. Just 5 to shoot. From deep three-point land. Rebound Boston.
He missed that one, but I've seen him drill shots from that distance in warm-up.
Even though he is capable of hitting that shot, I'd like to see him work for a better look in that situation.
Outside Holiday. Tatum wide open. He fires one. Ball's knocked loose. Here's Toppin. And the Pacers can't get it to go.
Oh, I can see some miscommunication on defense there very clearly. They were super fortunate it didn't torch them with that mistake.
White the pass to Porzingis. Brown kicks to Tatum. Again, the miss by the Celtics. And here's Halliburton. He'll bring it up for the Indiana Pacers. Bradley is screen on Holiday. Halliburton, no good. Boston leading by 22. Tatum on the wing. The kick out to Brown. Back to Tatum. Tatum with another miss.
Definitely a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look.
Turner with a screen on Tatum. And it's Halliburton missing. White finds Tatum. And it's sent back by Turner. Pass to Toppin to stop the drought. And so it's the Boston Celtics holding a 22-point lead as the quarter wraps up. And a chance right now to show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feet. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
That's an unguardable pass, flat out. Give him credit for possessing that type of vision.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. The small and power forwards, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. Holiday in the backcourt. To his side is White. And it's Porzingis in at the center, filling out the middle. That's the Boston 5. And it goes out of bounds. That one off Turner. On defense, the Pacers. Here's Tatum. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Now look, from the moment he stepped into this league, Jason Tatum has been a difference maker. Every team in the league is looking for guys like him. Long, athletic, and most importantly, winners.
Here's Halliburton. guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
And the shot goes in from Siakam.
Oh, the numbers speak for themselves. Siakam showing great versatility on the offensive end.
Holiday against Halliburton. White the pass to Holiday. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The Celtics need to get a shot off. And here's Tatum for 3. Tatum with another miss.
Oh, man, for whatever reason, he can't get it going from 3, and he's pretty good from there.
Getting out on the break. Nice finish by Halliburton. Great execution for the team.
And here's Holiday. Left side, Tatum. Here's Porzingis. Toppin against Brown. And the rejection by Bradley. For 3, Siakam. And Boston with the rebound. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. Holiday against Halliburton. Over in the corner, Brown. Again, the miss by the Celtics. Pacers trail by 18. Toppin kicks to Halliburton. Back to Toppin. That falls. Nice feed that time from Halliburton. Halliburton's got 6 assists in the game. Now here is Holiday. Tatum a screen. Brown drives in. Pass to White. Tatum with a screen on Siakam. Brown, good.
Love the response by Brown, marching right back down and dropping in his own 3.
Brown against Toppin. And here's Halliburton. Goes up from the top of the key. Rebound, Boston. Tatum's got his 4th rebound in this one. Holiday. Over in the corner, Brown. Porzingis passes to Brown. And the Celtics hit again from deep.
A consistent shot for him. Brown likes the 3.
Halliburton against Holiday. And it's Halliburton missing.
That's just the bucket like you expect him to make. It's tough when you miss those.
Outside Tatum. It's Brown on the wing. Outside Tatum. Outside Holiday. Left side Tatum. This one for 3. Toppin pulls it in. And here's Halliburton. He'll bring it up for the Indiana Pacers.
And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout, a dominating performance for Boston.
It was a standout performance across the board.
I mean, it was like watching a cat play with a mouse. They were able to do more or less whatever they wanted.
And one of the league's top talents, game in and game out. And doing it here again in this one. A terrific night for Jason Tatum.
He was just dropping dimes left and right out there. Any opening that the D provided, he exploited it and found his teammates.
Tatum setting the pick for Holiday. Wants to get it to Tatum and does. Takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
They made the most of their opportunities, looking comfortable and locked in throughout the night.
You have to love their effort. This game wasn't handed to them. They took it.
And every miss finds its way to his hands. Well, what an impressive performance.
You aren't exaggerating. You don't get to 20 rebounds without having a special talent for grabbing misses.
Siakam for 3. And Boston with the rebound. On the wing, Holiday. Toppin covering. White finds Tatum. Pulls it up. No good. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. All right, David, thank you. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. So for our reporter, David Aldridge, and our analysts, Richard Jefferson and Greg Anthony.
two elite rebounding teams here, BA, so making sure that possessions count. Work to get the best possible shot you can in the half court, because you know there's not going to be a lot of second opportunities in this one.
Looking at the starting five for Boston. The core of this team, Brown and Tatum in the front court. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Now here's Curry. The layup misses. Pass to Porzingis. There's the triple. And the rebound goes to the Warriors. It's Podziemski on the wing. He's guarded by White. White with a steal. Now the Celtics on the move. Lets it go from deep. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
That's just tremendous scoring instinct. So fun to watch him work in the half court.
Now Green. Outside Podziemski. Pass to Butler. Fader on the way. That one rolls around and rims out.
D giving him that shot, and that's probably not a good idea, but I guess they knew what they were doing that time.
Now here's Brown. He's covered closely. That one goes. Count it.
When Brown gets the ball this close in, he knows he can finish. Just a matter of execution.
And you look at Jaylen Brown, Graham. Not many wings have the strength he has.
Yeah, Jaylen Brown could dunk over a brick wall, and he could dunk through a brick wall, too. It's just so hard to move him off his path when he's on his way to the rim.
And so it's Boston with it. The Warriors getting their last shot to go. Hook loose and stolen by Green. In transition, here come the Warriors. And no good. The Celtics have gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. Holiday passes to Porzingis. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Holiday.
And Porzingis at 7-3 doesn't just go through, he goes over contact.
Left side Green. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
The defensive effort was lacking a bit, but hey, give him credit for finding a weakness there.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
The shot by Holiday, no good.
That's the shot you hope for. Right at the rim, just couldn't capitalize.
Moody lays it up and banks it in.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
Celtics lead by 3. And here's Holiday. And here's Brown for 3. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start.
Even when Brown's shooting quickly, he's not rushing. He takes his time with his release.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Allie LaForce.
Steve Kerr gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. I asked him about the star power that they're up against tonight, and he said, quote, "I'm not worried about the highlight reel plays. I'm worried about the relentless nature of that team over there. And the ringleader is Drew Holiday. He plays every possession on both ends of the floor."
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. And Drew Holiday gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. Jackson Davis is checked in for the Warriors. Payton comes in for Podziemski. Just under 3.5 minutes elapsed here in the first quarter. Outside Payton. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. That one on White. These are his first free throws of the game. And Grant, despite the Warriors' success over the last decade, it hasn't always been this way for this franchise.
Yeah, they didn't have many winning seasons before they got Steph, Clay, and Dre. And you know, BA, from 1978 to 2012, they made the playoffs just 6 times.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit more room for Porzingis to play with that kind of aggression.
Pass to Jackson Davis. Payton against White. Back to Jackson Davis. And stolen by Porzingis. It's a one-on-one situation. A nice shot by Tatum.
You know you're doing something right when you find yourself up double digits in the first period.
Well, dominant so far. That's the responsibility of the starters. Now let's see if everybody else who plays in this game makes the same kind of high-level contributions.
Curry gets the bucket.
That's tough. Tough finish. Steph's not just a great shooter, but really great numbers through the years as being an elite finisher.
Now here's Porzingis. White for three. Jackson Davis grabs a miss.
Ooh, he missed an easy chance to put some points on the board. He won't get a much better look at that kind of shot again here probably tonight.
And so it's Tatum who brings up the ball for Boston. They're leading by 8. A shot by Holiday, no good. The Warriors have gone 4 of 9 in this one so far. Holiday against Curry. Over Holiday. Curry with another miss. And so it's the Boston Celtics up by a healthy 8 points at the end of the period. And it's mostly due to their superb shooting. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. All right, well, a look at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
They've done a great job establishing an inside presence. Now that'll open up more options offensively throughout the remainder of the game.
Love the passing that they displayed at the start of the game. Great ball movement that's opening up some chances without really getting deep into the execution.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. The perimeter pairing, it's White and Brown. Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. And it's Holiday in at the point. A nice shot by Tatum.
And sometimes you forget how long Tatum is, and he's terrific at using this to his advantage inside.
Curry looking it over. Fires the 3. And it's Jason Tatum with a rebound. Celtics lead by 8. Outside, Brown. 3-pointer. Big hit from outside. Jaylen Brown.
And when he was younger, Tatum would often try to do it all himself, but now he wants to keep everybody involved.
Butler can't get it to go.
And he gets a lot of points right there at the rim, but the defense determined not to give up the easy deuce there.
And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. Well, Grant, as you always say, in the playoffs, you need a player who can score in isolation.
That's true, B.A. And in a 7-game series, defenses disrupt your set offense. If your stars can go mano-a-mano and create something out of nothing, that's often the best you can get.
Offensively, it's been a struggle for them.
Yeah, they need to string together some shots to have any kind of chance.
Curry gets the bucket.
Curry not one of those guards who shrinks when he gets inside.
Tatum against Green. Outside Tatum. Holiday from long range. Rebounded by Green.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Curry splashes it in.
Curry doing it again, one of the quickest releases we've ever seen.
Curry against Holiday, and stolen by Green. All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Jimmy Butler's such an all-around player. He said, I don't need to be a 40-point scorer. My role is to impact winning. I just control what I can control in the end, play the right way, stay aggressive, and do whatever it takes to get my team the win. And Brian, he is good at his job.
Well, playoff Jimmy is a real thing, whether he'll admit it or not. Porzingis with a screen on Green. And he lobs it up top. Oh, stolen by Payton.
Oh, that's some pesky defense. Should have thought twice before attempting that pass.
And it's Green missing. Celtics lead by 6. White on the wing. Porzingis with a screen on Payton. And it's Jimmy Butler with the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
And there's just one foul now away from the penalty.
And we're just over 2.5 minutes into the second. Tatum with it. Now guarded by Butler. Clock at 6. Porzingis. And he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. Trace Jackson Davis picks one up.
You can hear the coaches from the sideline saying, stay down. You can't fall for the pump fake, but Porzingis adept at it there.
So he gets them both.
Makes it pretty tough on the defense. Who you going to pick to send to the free throw line? He's hitting the free throws right now. Form looks good.
Up top, Curry. He's covered by Holiday. The ball's knocked loose. Fast break. Here come the Celtics. And Tatum flying in for the fast break delivery.
That's good hustle. Tatum beating several guys up the floor, putting himself in a position to contribute.
Curry passes to Green. Nice D from Tatum. And so Brown will bring it up for Boston. 13 points was their biggest lead of the game. Outside Tatum. A minute and a half left in the first half. Holiday looking for an opening. Tatum a screen on Green. The rebound by Payton. Warriors trail by 10. Outside Curry. Pass to Butler. 16 feet out. Misses off the left iron. The Celtics have gone 3 of 5 since the beginning of the second. Outside Tatum. Takes a three. Warriors with the rebound.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Butler against Brown. Down low. Here's Jackson Davis. Oh, he missed the layup. He had it with the pump fake. Boston leading by 10. 30 seconds left to play in the second quarter. Here's Porzingis. Another miss. He's 2 for 4. The Warriors have gone 4 of 10 from the field in the second. Pass to Jackson Davis. On the wing, Curry. Back to Jackson Davis. Good D by Porzingis.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only way to keep him from taking advantage of you down low. You got to play tough, physical defense.
And so it's the Boston Celtics now holding it. Thanks, Allie. After the break, we'll see you right back here to begin quarter number 3.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll. They're measuring out the shot.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly in the second. Jaylen Brown having a dominant impact in this game.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
Inside, it's Green next to Jackson Davis. Stephen Curry is out there with Gary Payton II, and it's Butler in at the 3. And that's the group for Steve Kerr as we begin the second half. Grant, when you look at Draymond Green's career, you think he's going to the Hall of Fame?
You know, B.A., I believe so. He's won multiple titles, and we know how impactful he has been as a defender and distributor especially. I think we'll see him in Springfield one day.
What strength inside from Holiday. Feels like he can score against anyone in the league with that size.
And here's Curry for 3. Boston pulls it in. Porzingis has got a rebound number 5 here tonight. Brown scanning the floor. This one for 3. Jackson Davis grabs a miss. Jackson Davis has got
Oh, man.
Oh!
Oh, Jimmy, that was impressive.
Boston leading by 10. And if you're just joining us, we've played just over a minute here in the third. And it's Jimmy Butler with the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
Team foul.
Outside Porzingis. Back to Holiday. 6 to shoot. Fires from deep. Porzingis misses. And they'd love to cut this deficit down to single digits. Curry against White. Curry passes to Green. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Curry. Curry's got 3 assists in the game.
We see Draymond Green take a lot of threes. He doesn't make a lot of threes, but we see him take them. That time, knocks down the J.
And here's Brown for 3. Jackson Davis grabs a miss.
Man, you get so caught up in the bravado of someone scoring on you and you wanting to even the score. Unfortunately, he couldn't answer back.
From 7. The rebound by Jason Tatum. Boston leading by 7. Outside Holiday. It's Brown on the wing. Tatum with a screen. Brown passes to Holiday. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Smart for Holiday to get that shot off even after the hack from the defense.
Boston shooting their 5th and 6th free throw attempts tonight. And he can't hit the second. And so it's Curry with it. He brings it up for the Warriors. Since the second half started, they've only given up 3 points. Outside, Brown. Here's Brown on the drive. Warriors with the rebound. Jackson Davis has got 6 rebounds in the game. Here's Green. Nice D from Tatum. Boston has got nothing to fall from outside in this third quarter. Pass to Brown. Brown, a screen on Curry. Tatum passes to Brown. Back to Tatum. From 7 feet away. And he can't bank that one in. Warriors trail by 8. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Well, the Warriors can be sloppy with the ball. Coach Kerr said, I don't mind turnovers that result from trying to make the extra pass. It's the ones that don't stand a chance to get through that bother me. If we just hit singles, we have so many playmakers and shooters that it's all going to come out pretty positively. Brian?
All right, Allie, thank you. Hits a three-pointer. Brown's got 13.
Yeah, taking over this one in effortless fashion. When Brown is cooking like this, keep working the ball to him.
Pass to Butler. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A three-point play opportunity. All right, guys, we're lucky to have Shams Charania joining us now. Our 2K insider calling in with a story. What do you got, Shams?
Guys, thanks. Well, Jimmy Butler is in the 5th stop of his NBA career. He'd been in a standoff with the Heat. As they hesitated to extend him at the number he desired, he knew there's going to be someone willing to pay up. And guys, I'm very interested to see how Butler fits in his new opportunity.
Yeah, we'll continue to track that story. All right, Shams, thanks a lot.
Poor rim. Tatum plays with such an edge.
Pass to Payton. That drops, and it comes off an assist from Curry.
When it's this close, every bucket matters. You need good looks.
Boston leading by 6. Outside White. And it's all from three-point range. Golden State is gone, only 1 of 3 from deep here in the third. Green with a screen on White. To the paint. And it's Green missing. For Boston, they've gone cold here in this third quarter. Just 3 of 9. White, the pass to Holiday. Gets the 3 ball to go. Holiday's got 6 in the quarter.
That's confident shooting there from Drew Holiday. Got his coaches and teammates saying, yes, take that one.
Back to Curry from downtown. And Curry with the answer 3.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth. Showing real confidence at the arc.
Yeah, both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
And so it's Boston leading by 6 as we... And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Well, there's a way to break down the defense with the handle, or you can do it with the pass. Prime example of that right
there. We've reached the fourth quarter in what has been a very competitive game. Should be an exciting finish. On the floor for Boston, the 2 Jays, Brown at the 3 and Tatum at the 4. Holiday at the 1 with White at the 2. And it's Porzingis in at the center position. Fast break, here come the Celtics. And Holiday powers it home.
Oh, Drew Holiday, look at him throwing it down. That's a present for everyone.
Curry passes to Payton. And here's Green from the arc. Holiday grabs the miss. Holiday's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Brown finds Porzingis. Back to Brown. Tatum from long range. JT for 3.
You know, this team relies on Tatum hitting those shots, and that's why he's such a high-volume three-point shooter.
Curry against Holiday. To the inside. Green. And no good. The dry spell continues. Boston leading by 13. Ooh, here's White on the drive. Pass to Tatum. The kick out to White. Tatum, a screen on Payton. It's White with the drive. And that one is hammered home.
They're really dictating the tempo on both ends of the court. We love it.
Yeah, the other team a bit concerned here. They're trailing, and the lead seems to be growing.
Curry with it. Picked up by Tatum. On the wing, Payton. Outside Curry. Jacks up with 3. That's his 6th make in 11 tries.
An offense unto himself. Steph Curry just warping the defense.
Holiday passes to Tatum. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday. Holiday's got 5 assists in the game.
And let's face it, when you're down this many points, you simply can't let them get that good of a look.
Teachable moment there. Lapses like this are backbreakers.
He had more than enough room to hit that. Just couldn't make it happen.
Come get it. Left side, Brown. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by now in the final quarter. To the middle. Here's Porzingis. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. And the Celtics lead by 17.
I really don't think there's any way to slow them down. They have the defense scrambling out there.
Well, nothing that they're doing seems to be making an impact. And there are some nights where you just run out of options, whether it's by personnel or by tactic.
3-pointer. Jackson Davis grabs the miss. Jackson Davis has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Brown against Curry. Butler, a screen on Tatum. Outside Butler. The 3. And again, no good by Golden State. And so Holiday will bring it up for the Boston Celtics. A 17-point lead, their biggest. Pass to Tatum. Fires the 3. Warriors with the rebound. There's 1:34 left in the 4th quarter. Here's Green. And out of bounds. Boston will have it.
It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the Celtics.
Their unbelievable shooting was probably the biggest difference tonight, but they also got stops.
Yeah, great effort on both ends. Now, they worked for good shots, and they were stingy defensively as well, but just really impressive.
And what a huge performance it was for Jason Tatum.
Just a force on the glass. Did a fantastic job crashing the boards and coming up with seemingly every rebound.
And here's Brown for 3. No good. He's 5 for 9 in this one. Warriors trail by 17. Here's Payton. Off the mark there with a 3. Boston's gone 3 of 7 from the perimeter during the 4th. Pass to Porzingis. With a 9-footer. And good. Got the friendly bounce off the right side of the rim.
They really came in with the right mindset today. I can guarantee you their flight home will be filled with some smiles.
Yeah, when you step into an opposing team's arena and you can play with this type of composure, boy, that food tastes good on the way out of town.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Tatum. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It's going to go on Draymond Green.
Taking it strong. Tatum forcing his way to the line, playing aggressively.
So hits one and misses one at the line. In transition, here come the Warriors. Outside Curry. Down low. Here's Green. And so it's Boston easily grabbing this one. This one wasn't even close. The hometown crowd was waiting for a miracle that never came.
Yeah.
Indianapolis, Indiana. That's the scene for the Warriors. Welcome, everybody, to another presentation. Clark, it's tough to wear down either team in this matchup because of their depth.
And, Kevin, you've got to give both front offices a ton of credit. I mean, you've got to find guys and try to be economical about it, and they need to be able to play important minutes for you. It's a little more art than science, and kudos to both of these front offices.
And now the Golden State Warriors starters. Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for them. It's Curry and Hield. The post pair for him. It's Green and Looney. And it's Butler at the 3 spot. Now, here's Toppin. After the miss from Stephen Curry. Shot's good by Walker.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Here's the Warriors with the ball. It's a 3-point game. And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Well, earlier I spoke with Rick Carlisle. We discussed Steph Curry, of course, and what he advised his team to do against him. Coach said, I told our guys that we have to be right up on him to fight over screens and not allow him to feel comfortable out there. A huge task for any defense, and we'll see if this one is up to the challenge. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Last season, Miles Turner became the Pacers' all-time leader in block shots.
That's a pretty impressive feat when you consider some of the Pacers who played there historically. Jermaine O'Neal, Rick Smits, Roy Hibbert. Come on now. Great work by Miles Turner. So we need to give him his flowers now, and I think he's going to continue to add to that shot block total, making it look effortless. Send this guy to the stripe, he's going to cash in more than not.
Turner with a screen for Toppin. Takes it inside. And he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. It's on Jimmy Butler.
And, you know, because Turner is such a good free throw shooter for his position, defenses really can't send him to the line too often. He'll make them pay.
Both free throws good from Turner. Break since reaching 5 consecutive NBA Finals. The Warriors have missed the playoffs 3 of the past 5 years.
And to be fair, they did go 46-36 last season. They were 10 games over 500 last year. So they weren't a bad team, but Golden State doesn't just expect to be in the play-in. They want to be a contender.
And the next one puts them in the bonus.
Yep, they'll be trying to draw that next foul quickly so they can start getting those easy chances at the stripe.
And the wide open shot from Green. And it's off from 3-point range. On the wing, Turner. And it's slammed in by Turner.
Oh, you can't let Turner get that deep inside. When you do, he's going to abuse you with a throwdown right on top of your head.
Here's Curry. They get it back. Looney plays it up off the glass.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. It's not there.
Toppin can't get it to go. The Warriors have gone just 1 for 5 from the field to start the quarter. And the rejection by Bradley. And the foul on Obi Toppin. That's foul number 2 for him.
Man, it's close, but, you know, didn't get on balance quick enough.
Yeah, and as quick as players are at this level, in this day and age, I mean, you've got to be perfect in your anticipation to draw the charge.
Count it, good.
Well, that's why they're in front. Aggressive play at both ends. Nicely done.
Here's Curry. Back to Looney. And he takes that one up and powers it through.
And although an undersized center, more than making up for it with some serious hops.
And Walker throws it down.
When Jarris Walker stuffs it, we feel those pucks over here.
Here's Butler, back to Curry. Trying to find Green, he's got it now. And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in.
Excellent feed from Steph Curry.
Pacers leading by 3.
The first 2 minutes.
Here's Toppin. Curry with the steal. And there's a minute 45 left in the first quarter. Butler finds Hield. There's the pick. To the paint. Here's Looney. Shoots over Bradley. And the rejection by Bradley. For Indiana, they've gone 4 of 7 from the field, shooting over 50%. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, a couple of seasons ago, Steph Curry first brought out the night-night when he put a team away. Asked about his inspiration, he said, "I have no idea. I don't choreograph any of that stuff. I was just having fun." You know how kids' bedtime routines are important? It's the final signal for a job well done that day. Kevin?
Well said. He is a 1 of 1, D.A. Warriors trail by 3. Outside Curry. To the middle. It's deflected. It's stolen by Bradley. Toppin with it. Out guarded by Hield. And there's Toppin on the assist by Siakam. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Pacers.
And just a great job so far applying pressure defensively. The opposition is on their heels with the ball in their hand. Nightmarish clamps thus far.
Hey, I'd like to also shout out the way they've defended. Already they've recorded some really good shot blocks.
Toppin against Curry. Count that one from Toppin. Toppin's got 6 points.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range.
And the 3 ball is good.
It looks easy, effortless. Curry, natural from long range.
Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Bradley kicks to Toppin. It's stolen by Curry. And here we go. Fast break. Curry's got it. One second left. And it is good at the buzzer. Wow.
One eye on the rim, one eye on the clock. Nice job.
What was really impressive there, though, guys, was that he could have rushed it and panicked, and yet he kept his cool and splashed it.
It's a tie game in Indiana. And don't go... And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And when you consider how the Pacers are doing, guys, what do you think?
Well, this is the edge that great rim protection can give you.
Yeah, you know, you have a guy in there blocking a bunch of shots or multiple players blocking shots. It causes the offense to think twice when they go up for shots in there.
Siakam is out there with Toppin. Then there's Bradley. Then it's Turner. And it's Walker in at the 3 slot. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Pacers. Now here's Hield. Hasn't made one yet. That gives them the lead. Looney's got the lead up to 2 now for the Warriors.
Just a grinder. Always doing the dirty work on the offensive glass. And that's one of the things he brings to the table.
And Siakam has it in the corner. Toppin sets a screen for Siakam. Warriors with the rebound. Mark, these Indiana Pacers play at one of the quickest paces of any team in the NBA.
Yeah, I love the fact that it's quite fitting considering the nickname, Indiana Pacers. And they do set the pace. They love to push that rock, and they do it relentlessly. Catching you before your defense can get set. It's a beautiful way to play. Tell you what, though, you got to be in great shape to make it work.
Now, Siakam. After the missed 3 from Stephen Curry. Siakam deciding where to go with it. Just 5 on the clock. Bradley sets the pick for Siakam. It's stolen by Curry. 4-on-3 break. Down low. Looney kicks to Curry. Just 4 to shoot. Here's Butler. And it's Bradley with the rebound.
Boy, he knows he should have knocked that one down, especially with the defense not giving much of an effort.
Siakam, a screen on Heel. Shot's good by Walker.
And Walker with the size and strength to straight up move you out of his way.
Warriors have gotten off to a rough start here in the second quarter, going just 1 for 5. Curry passes to Looney. Bradley with some nice D.
Man, I can't believe he blew that gimme, guys. Well, I know he's frustrated about that.
Tapping a screen on Heel. It's stolen by Heel. Pass to Looney. And here is Green. Offline with his 3. It's stolen by Green. Right side, Butler. Here's Looney. Turner covering. Looney kicks to Curry. Curry buries the 3 shot. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for the Warriors.
Well, you know, they've been aggressive on the defensive end, and it's paying off for them. Quite a few takeaways for them in the early going.
And they're making their own luck with how hard they're playing, forcing turnovers and turning that into offense.
And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed in the second quarter of play. Green against Turner. Greg, you look at the great coaches. What are 1 or 2 of the most important qualities for success that you see?
Well, for me, Kevin, I think you got to be able to adapt tactically. I mean, that's huge, and especially in the playoffs. But most important, can you motivate and unify a locker room? That leadership quality is what really puts a coach over the top.
And a fast break now for the Pacers. 1:06 left in the second quarter. Toppin sets a screen for Turner. Lands soft on the front of the rim and drops. Turner's got 6.
Man, I love watching Turner pull up for the jumper. Always helps to have a bigger guy who can shoot the ball.
Healed outside. Good, and Curry gets the assist. Heald's got the lead up to 4 now for the Warriors.
And it seems as if someone got their signals crossed. If he can wind up that open from 3-point range, I'm sure that was not a part of the game plan.
Toppin, and he banks in the layup. He's got 8.
And they've repeatedly probed inside in the first half, guys, and it's paid off.
Curry against Toppin. And it's Bradley with the rebound. There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. Toppin dishes to Bradley. And it's Looney with the rebound. Looney's got his 6th rebound on the night. Toppin against Butler. Oh, tough play by Butler.
And his presence as a scorer, it just has a calming effect for the rest of the team. He's a fallback option whenever they need one.
Gets it off, and the last shot before the buzzer is off. So that'll be it for the first half. Fairly even battle underway in this one. Warriors ahead. They're up by 5. Dave, thank you. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow. Right here on 2K Sports. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. Really an incredible game from Stephen Curry.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
And on the floor for Steve Kerr as we get into the second half. Some kind of shooting in the backcourt for him. It's Curry and Heel. The post pair for him. It's Green and Looney. And it's Butler in at the small forward position. Hield finds Looney. A shake. Jams it in off the great move.
Oh, just solid on the one-handed slam.
And guys, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball.
Somebody you can count on. He is an extremely reliable finisher.
Those plays can make a difference in a game like this.
Well, you know it's going to fire up, Greg, everybody on that bench.
Making a statement for sure. I mean, we'll see if they can maintain that aggressive approach, guys.
And many around the league believe Curry doesn't get enough fouls called in his favor. G.A., what do you think?
There could be some truth to that. He gets held and grabbed more than anyone when running off screens, but especially blatant on drives to the rim.
Inside, here's Walker, and the dunk by Walker.
Nice timing on these jumps. He's somewhat on the small side for a power forward, but he just never gives up.
Curry deciding where to go with it. Here's Looney, and a great assist by Curry as that one goes in. Curry's got 3 assists in the game. Toppin with it, Butler covering. The kick out to Walker. And the officials calling for a 3-second violation. Warriors leading by 4. Curry is inside. Toppin's there. Healed outside. They set the pick. Lets the 3 fly. And it's Bradley with the rebound. Bradley's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Siakam, good.
And always nice to have an inside-out threat like Siakam. He can have an impact anywhere on the floor.
Just under 2.5 minutes into the 3rd quarter now.
Clearly a foul.
Yeah, he took a shot there. Earned those free throws.
These are his 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
Gotta admire what he's been able to do at the free throw line this season. How about over 90%?
You know, he's been one of those players. They've won it on the line as much as possible this season, especially in close games, guys.
That one's in there. The Warrior lead is cut down to 2 on the bucket from Walker.
That's the kind of aggressive and assertive play they need as we get closer and closer to crunch time.
Outside Butler. Goes back up. Here's Looney. Makes it off the glass. Looney's got the lead up to 4 now for the Warriors.
Now that's how you pick up second chance points. Stay active and be ready as soon as the shot goes up.
And here's Green. He'll bring it up for the Golden State Warriors.
2 minutes remaining in the 3rd. 2 minutes.
The kick outside to Butler, and it's a defensive 3-second violation.
And to me, Draymond Green really embodies the idea of a high IQ player. He can read the opposition, predict where a play is going, and those instincts aren't something that can be easily taught to anyone.
They set the pick. Lets it go with a 3. Warriors getting another chance here. Looney finds Curry. Hits the 3-point bomb. And it's an 8-point Warrior lead.
On the offensive end, Curry both prolific and efficient.
Toppin against Butler. Shoots. Toppin can't get it to go. Warriors leading by 8. And now running it up the court. Green pushing it all the way. Toppin against Curry. And the rebound goes to the Warriors. Looney's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Looking to end his cold spell. Bradley passes to Toppin. Back to Bradley. In the corner, it's Toppin. Just 5 to shoot. Siakam misses.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Back to Curry. 35 seconds left in the 3rd quarter of the game. It's stolen by Bradley. Now, here's Walker. He's got 11. Pass to Turner. 19 seconds left in the third quarter. Walker with it. Now guarded by Hield. 6 to shoot. To end the cold streak. Bradley can't get it to go.
Well, you know, you'd like to see a little more effort there defensively, but maybe they wanted him to take that shot, baited him into it.
It's been all about Stephen Curry for the Golden State Warriors. His production has been flowing. Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. Warriors leading by 8. We've got Obi Toppin. Walker out there with Miles Turner. Then it's Pascal Siakam. And it's Bradley in at the center position. So that's the group out there for Indiana.
You got to be careful how you guard Curry. Because he's so skilled with the ball and as a shooter, he's able to figure out ways to draw fouls.
Pacers shooting at 48% from the floor. Looking good. Butler against Toppin. Pass to Walker. Warriors with the rebound. Looney's got rebound number 12 now. Tenacity on the glass. The kick outside to Butler. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. When it comes to players who like having fun, great Jimmy Butler has to be way up there.
Kevin, did you see his media picture for the 23-24 season? He looked like he belonged in an emo band with that hairstyle. Jimmy is definitely one of those guys that likes to troll and have fun.
Toppin with it. Now Green defending. And here is Toppin. And it's Looney with the rebound. Curry against Walker. There's a screen. Curry on the drive. There's Looney. The kick outside to Butler. 5 on the clock. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Butler's got the lead up to 12 now for the Warriors.
Easy to see why Butler gets so much respect for his competitiveness. I mean, he thrives at finishing through contact. And the defense, no factor, which is why he simply laid it in.
Outside Butler, pass to Green. Hield outside. Back to Green. Hield against Siakam. Green with a screen for Hield. Shoots over Turner. The kick outside to Butler. Off target from outside.
Tell you what, the defense was lucky there. I mean, leave him that open from range, he'll typically knock it down.
Siakam, right side. And he drops it in from the low post.
Ball distribution was there. I mean, outstanding work all the way around.
Butler feeling out a bit. Here's Curry, and it's denied. And they recover it. 6 on the shot clock. Misses the step-back jump shot. Pacers trail by 8. Toppin dishes to Turner. Toppin against Curry. And it's Toppin, that time on the assist by Turner. 12 points for Obi Toppin.
Really good to see Turner find the open man, proving once again he's a team-first guy.
Curry passes to Green. Butler on the way. Three-pointer. And again, no good by Golden State. Pacers have gone 3 of 5 here in the fourth quarter. Pretty good numbers coming out of the break.
Turner stepping up big, showing you some composure and leadership there.
And so it's Butler with it. He'll bring it up for the Warriors. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. To the inside. There's Looney. And the rejection by Bradley. Hield the pass to Looney. Outside Butler. They need this one. Walker with some nice D.
It's almost like he's trying to make things hard on himself. You know, he's just got to slow the game down. Try to get some easy ones.
Hield with it. Now guarded by Siakam. Left side, Butler. Butler gets a step. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
You look at Butler and his tenacity jumps out at you. It's incredible. That's one of the reasons you love Butler. Awesome at attacking and earning trips to the foul line when he penetrates.
Yeah, showing off a really smooth stroke there, and that will add to their lead.
On the wing, Walker, guarded by Curry. Walker's shot is off. Warriors leading by 6. Out to the right wing. Some nice passing by Golden State here. Siakam against Curry. Over Siakam. And the Warriors miss again. Here's Indiana. So far in the fourth quarter, they've allowed just 6 points. Pass to Toppin. Now, here's Walker. Over Curry. And the Pacers can't get it to go. Walker looking for an opening. Launches it. It's good! What a beautiful shot to bring them to within 3.
I'll tell you, they're right in this. We'll see if they can maintain momentum.
Well, it starts with defense. They got some stops, scored some buckets after that, and now we've got ourselves a ball game.
Now Hield. So it's a narrow victory for the Warriors, pulling out the thank you, David. And that about wraps it up. For Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and David Aldridge.